All the speakers and discussant for the first session are here. So do we have Yajna Govind? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hello, Jean-François. Yeah. Milena. Hi. Elias. Elias is not here yet. Okay, I think we can give it a go and hope that the discussant joins us soon. So welcome back, everyone. Day 2 of the workshop today. We start with this session on the socio-economic integration of migrants. We have 2 papers here on the naturalization and labor market integration and on media persuasion on the coverage of immigration. Okay, so same format as yesterday, 35 minutes per paper, which means 20 minutes for the speaker, 7 minutes for the discussant, and 7 minutes for the general discussion. Also, again, I encourage you to use the chat function if you want and participate as much as possible in the Q&A. All right, so we start with Yajna. Yajna, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you. Let me just share my screen. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Great. So thank you all for having me here today. I'm really glad to get the opportunity to present my project. So today I'll be speaking about whether obtaining the nationality of the host country, whether that can help foreigners better integrate the labor market. And I'll be providing evidence using a quasi-experimental setting. So I just wanted to mention that feel free to interrupt if you have any clarification questions. So I think this question of the economic integration of foreigners through naturalization is important on many different aspects. But let me start by giving you an idea of the political debate around it. So I'm showing you here at the top of the slides 2 statements from the French press that tells us how it's becoming harder and harder for foreigners to get the nationality of the host country. And the second statement provides us an idea of the position of different political parties around this question. So normally the right-wing party tends to project the idea that naturalization should be seen as a reward for integration. So it should be used as a tool to screen the best integrated migrants and reward them with the nationality, while those on the left spectrum of the political arena tends to push the idea that naturalization might be a tool that can help foreigners better integrate the labor market. Hence, we should be facilitating this path for migrants. So in this paper, I'm going to focus on one of these claims and try to understand whether naturalization or obtaining the nationality of the host country, whether that can in itself help foreigners have a better position in the labor market. So apart from the political debate, there's also, it's going to be important also because it's going to be relevant for a significant share of the population. So for instance, in France, around 10% of its population are foreign born. And this question of the economic integration and naturalization is going to come up at some point in the integration process of foreigners. In this workshop, I guess I don't have to really motivate why the economic integration of foreigners are beneficial for the host country. But what we see in the literature is that even though we know of different factors that can help foreigners better integrate the labor market, for instance, acquisition of language skills, or whether that goes through network effects or marriage to nationals, there's still a lot of evidence that show that migrants tend to remain at a disadvantage when they're compared to natives. So in this paper, what I'm going to do is try to understand whether giving them the same legal status of natives, so naturalizing foreigners, can be a potential tool to boost the labor market integration. And I'm going to show you, at least try to convince you that I'm providing causal evidence of the effect of naturalization on different labor market outcomes. So very briefly, what I do in the paper, and I'm going to come back to each of these in a second, the context that I exploit is a reform, a national level reform that happened in France in 2006 that changed the eligibility criteria to apply for the nationality through the marriage channel. And this is going to allow me to exploit a quasi-experimental setting. I'm going to be able to do this thanks to a rich administrative panel data in France that's going to allow me to obtain and match information from the civil registry of marriage to the population census as well as to the employee panel data. And what I'll be doing very briefly is to compare the labor market outcomes of foreigners in two comparable cohorts of marriage. So the only thing that's going to differ between them is that they're going to face different eligibility criteria to naturalize through the marriage channel. And I'm going to be using a difference in differences strategy to try to retrieve this effect. So before explaining to you the context and the design, let me just revisit the literature that has looked at this question. And there's one large strand that has looked at the link between naturalization and different labor market outcomes. And what most of these papers have done was to compare naturalized foreigners or naturalized citizens to non-naturalized foreigners. And what they find for the majority of them is that there's a positive correlation between the two. While I think this gives us a nice insight into this question, all of these papers are going to potentially face challenges that comes up with the exercise of comparing the outcomes of naturalized versus non-naturalized foreigners. So you could think of it as selection issues in the sense that there's a selection of who is going to apply for the nationality and another selection of who ends up getting the nationality. So when you compare those that are at the end of this process to the rest, you will be facing some biases in your estimate. There might also be issues of endogeneity and reverse causality, which is why you would need some kind of exogenous shock to be able to get the causal effect of naturalization. And this brings me to a more recent and more sparse strand of the literature that has used natural experiments to try to explain the effect of naturalization from different angles. And what I'm going to be able to do in this paper, different to the others, is to then exploit a change in the access to naturalization and provide the immediate and direct effect of naturalization. Finally, I'm going to be providing suggestive evidence that naturalization might be helping reduce discrimination, hence contributing to that strand of the literature as well. So to give you more of insight on the context and the reform that I use in this paper, as I was saying before, the reform occurs in France in 2006. And what you need to know about the French context in terms when it comes to naturalization is that as a foreign adult, there are two main channels for which you can apply for the French nationality. So the first channel is what I call the general channel. And through this channel, any foreign adult could apply for the French nationality if they can show extensively that they are socially and economically integrated. So there's a large importance put on the professional and social integration of foreigners who wants to apply for the nationality for that channel. And then there's a second channel, that is the channel for marriage, which is going to be for foreigners that are married to French national. So basically, any foreigner that's married to a French national could apply for the French nationality through that channel if they fulfill the basic eligibility criteria, which is on average considered to be the easier channel compared to the general channel. And before going on the reform that I use in this paper, I just want to spend a second to say here that given that I'm going to be exploiting a reform that changes the eligibility criteria to apply for the nationality through the marriage channel, I'm going to, by default, be looking at mixed marriages, so marriages between foreigners and French nationals. And I just want to point out here that on average, I mean, you might be wondering that these foreigners are going to be different than the general pool of foreigners. That is true, given that on average, there seems to be relatively more integrated. This might be mechanically because foreigners married to French national have a long-run residence and work permit, given that they are with their spousal visa. But also they might potentially already be speaking the French language. they might have a network effect, they might have taken the French family name of their spouse. And what I can show in the data is that they are more likely to come from Francophone countries, slightly more educated on average, and more employed at the bottom of the distribution. So what you should think about this setting as is, what's the effect of naturalization on a population that is already probably integrated socially into the country? So having said that, let me explain to you the reform that I use in this paper. So basically, I want you to focus on the first two lines of this article. So what the law of naturalization for marriage looked like before 2006 is that a foreigner could, after a period of 2 years from the date of their marriage, apply for the French nationality through the marriage channel. And what changed mostly with that reform is that this 2-year period was extended to 4 years. So now, after 2006, you had to show that you had 4 years of marriage to be eligible to apply for the French nationality. So what's going to be important for my identification strategy is the fact that the law that's going to apply to a given individual who's applying for the nationality is the law that's in place when the person is applying for the nationality. In other words, whether you're going to face the 2-year or the 4-year constraint is going to depend on whether you're applying before or after the reform passed. And secondly, I'm going to rely on the fact that this was an unanticipated reform, and this is a little bit by design, like I will explain in a second. So the design that I look at in this paper, as I was saying, the reform of the naturalization for marriage occurs in 2006, and more specifically in July 2006. And anyone who would apply for the French nationality through marriage before July 2006 had to show that they had at least 2 years of marriage. And anyone who would apply after July 2006 would have to show that they have at least 4 years of marriage to be eligible. So this was how the law was implemented and how it affected people who were applying for the French nationality. However, another dimension is going to come into this in terms of the date of marriage. So the date that people got married is going to determine whether those people are going to have enough years of marriage to be able to apply before the reform passes. So here I'm showing you, if you think about the same setting, rather than looking at the date of application, you think about it in terms of the date of marriage. The relevant threshold will no longer be July 2006, but rather July 2004. So in other words, if you were married before July 2004, 2 years later, you would still be eligible to apply for the nationality because the reform would not have passed yet. On the other hand, if you were married after July 2004, thinking you would apply after 2 years, 2 years later, the reform passes and now those people are not eligible anymore and would have to wait for 2 additional years. So with a concrete example, someone who's married in January 2004, thinking that he or she would apply in January 2006, that is 2 years later, that person will still be eligible and can apply for the nationality at that point because the reform has not passed yet. However, someone who's married in January 2005, so thinking that he or she would apply 2 years later, 2 years later, the reform has passed and now that person is not eligible anymore and will have to wait until January 2009 to apply for the nationality. So what I will do how I will use this reform in my paper is to define the red group here that I highlighted here as the early treated group. So those that are going to be eligible to apply for the French nationality as early as 2 years from their date of marriage. And the blue group are going to be the late treated group. So those who are going to be eligible to apply for the French nationality as early as 4 years of marriage. I do a series of steps, precautionary steps, to make sure that there's no compositional changes in my sample. So here, for instance, the law, even though it was passed in July 2006, it was announced and debated as from March. So in my sample, there's not going to be any marriages that occurs after the announcement of the reform. So normally none of the marriages in my sample would have heard about the reform happening in the couple of months later. So what I will do is to compare the labor market outcomes of individuals in the red group, in the early treated group, versus the late treated group. And what you would expect, let me walk you through what you should expect in a very simplified setting with full compliance and no administrative delay, is something like this. So here This is the conceptually what you would expect. Here on the x-axis, you have a T0 as the year of marriage, and every point is one additional year since marriage. And if everyone who had the chance of being naturalized would get naturalized, and there's no administrative delay whatsoever, what you would see is that in the first couple of years since marriage, none of the two groups are eligible to apply for the nationality, so you will have a 0 naturalization rate. After the second year of marriage, the early treated group is eligible, the late treated group is not, so you will have a gap in the naturalization rate. And as from the fourth year of marriage, the late treated group now becomes eligible to apply for the nationality, so there's a full convergence at the end of the period. This is in the very simplified setting. Of course, this is not what I'm going to see in the data, given that there's also going to be another channel for which they can apply. Some people might not even apply at all. And it's documented actually in the statistics that it takes on average 1 year from the date you apply for the nationality to actually end up getting the nationality. So what you would see is something that's looks more like this. So this is from the raw data. The red line is the early treated group, the blue line is the late treated group, and this is the raw levels, proportions of naturalized in these two groups. So what you see here is that there does not seem to be a significant, or at least there does not seem to be a difference between the two groups up to the third year of marriage, and I'm going to show this a little bit more formally in a second, but there seems to be a difference that kicks in as from the fourth year of marriage. So you see that when the early treated group it seems to be naturalized more than the late treated group. So this graph is basically confirming that the reform that I'm studying has had an effect on the naturalization rate. And in the paper, I go to check that this is not driven by any compositional changes, that this is not driven by outmigration, differential outmigration, for instance. Yeah?
5 minutes.
Yeah, great. So let me go to the data and the empirical strategy that I'm going to use in this paper. I'm going to go very briefly on the data. It's a large scale socio-demographic panel in France that's going to allow me to match different sources of information, of course, with some limitations to the data. In the first stage analysis, I'm going to repeat what I did before a little bit formally. So I'm going to test whether the reform has had an effect on naturalization rates. And here the specification is a simple difference in different strategy, where on the left-hand side, I have the nationality of individual I at time t, which I'm going to regress on the treatment dummy. So this is whether you're on the early treated or late treated group. On the post dummy in the static form, or in the dynamic form, it's going to be a dummy for each time period and an interaction between the two. And lambda here is going to give me the differential rate of naturalization between the two groups. In the reduced form analysis, I'm going to estimate the effect of naturalization on different labor market outcomes. The specification is very similar to before, where here YIT is different labor market outcomes. Again, post will be dummies for each time period in the dynamic form. And here, the interaction between the two is going to give me the difference between treated and control at different time periods. I should mention that I include individual fixed effects, and the standard errors are clustered at the individual level. In the paper, I do an alternative strategy, which is a triple difference analysis, which I won't have time to cover here. But what I should mention is that the results are very similar, irrespective of what I use. Let me just skip this for now. So this is the first stage analysis. So I'm showing you the difference in the proportion of being naturalized between the early treated and the late treated group. For every time period since marriage. So T10 is 10 years after marriage. So what you see is in the first couple of years since marriage, there's no significant difference between the two groups. And there's a difference that starts kicking in as from the third, fourth year of marriage. And this gap starts closing down in the long run. And this is the mechanical effect that the second group also becomes eligible to apply for the nationality. I do a series of placebo checks to make sure that this is really driven by the reform I'm studying. Looking at the labor market outcomes here, I'm looking at earnings in terms of level. The red line is the early treated, the blue line is the late treated group. What I show here is that this seems to be evolving in a parallel way up to the third year of marriage. And then there's a gap that starts kicking in between the two groups. And this gap closes at the moment the late treated group becomes eligible to apply for the nationality. So I can also formalize this one on the dynamic difference in difference graph. So here what you see is that there is no pre-trend in the years before any of the two are eligible to apply through marriage, and then the gap starts kicking in as from the 4th to 5th year after marriage. So there's an increase in earnings for individuals that are eligible to apply for the nationality compared to the other group that are still not yet eligible. So this is summarized on this table where I show that it seems to be leading to an increase in earnings of around 30%. And this can be decomposed into an increase in both the number of hours worked as well as hourly wages. So it seems that naturalization is helping foreigners on the labor market. And the question now is, how would we expect naturalization to be helping? So in the last part of the paper, what I do is some kind of some heterogeneous analysis, as well as some explorations of the mechanisms that could be explaining this. So I won't have time to go in details on all of these, but just to mention, there are differential effects in terms of when you look at gender dimension to it, given that men and women are not employed in the same at the same level. There are differential effects depending on the age group at which they obtain the nationality. And so this might be also driven by naturalization might be helpful when you're at the younger, or at least at the beginning of your career rather than at the end of your career. And finally, it seems to be helping those that are at the bottom of the distribution more than those that are in higher paid jobs. Let me turn to the mechanism that I explore in the paper. So naturalization in this literature, it has been discussed that naturalization might help foreigners in different ways. One of which is the unrestricted access to the labor market. So you might expect that obtaining the nationality gives you access to part of the labor market that was not open to you before. So this is typically the public sector, whereby it's conditional on you having the nationality. And by looking at the public sector, in my setting, it does not seem to be explaining none of the results. So this might be driven by the fact, again, that people are obtaining the nationality while being adults, and they have already entered the labor market at the point where they obtain the nationality, and that might be too late for them to join the public sector. The two channels that seems to be relevant in this setting is two channels that I explore in a very indirect way. One, which is the informality, and second, discrimination. So yeah, do I have a second, like 1 minute more?
She can conclude.
Okay, great. So we can discuss this more in the question and answer, but basically I give suggestive evidence that naturalization might be helping people to move from informality to formality, and it might be helping them to fight discrimination. So I would say, as a major conclusion to this whole paper, without repeating myself, is that naturalization is not only a reward for foreigners, but it can also be seen as a tool used by policymakers to boost the labor market integration of foreigners. Thank you so much for your attention. I'm really happy to receive questions and the comments of Jean-François. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go straight to Jean-François's discussion.
Can you hear me? Yes, can you see my screen? Okay. Thank you very much, Yajna, and thank you very much for the opportunity to discuss this paper. So I really enjoyed the paper. The thing I really like is the variation you are exploiting is very intuitive by exploiting this reform, changing the criteria for naturalization for foreigners married with French citizen, requiring 4 years of marriage instead of 2 years for eligibility. So I think it's a great contribution because as far as I know, there is not that many papers trying to identify a causal effect. I'm quite convinced that the identification is clean. I really like what I would call the placebo, where you look at foreigners married to foreigners. And given the time limit of the presentation, this was not necessarily shown in the presentation, but in the paper, I think the information about the context is very rich. I think it's very nice. And I like a lot the discussion about the mechanism, even if you are acknowledging that it's mainly suggestive evidence. I think the role of discrimination versus formality versus public employment is very useful in the paper. So I have three main comments, and to some extent this may reflect also some misunderstanding. My first comment is more related to this post indicators in the main estimation. So it's really a dummy for being married for more than 2 or 3 years. And so the idea is that those who are married after 2004 would be somehow penalized compared to those who married before 2004. And so I was just wondering whether with this post indicator you may interacted with the treatment, whether you may also capture other time varying factors, such as, for example, the age of individuals or their spouse, or whether, for example, those who married who are married for a few years may be younger and therefore have a different family composition. So, for example, younger children, and therefore would not be into the labor markets. So I was also a bit confused about how do you deal with the effect of time? As I said, in the context, it's very detailed about the context. That's what I like. Something that I was a bit missing is some kind of idea of how mixed marriage have changed over that period. So I was just looking at this, at some data from Eurostat, and it seems that over the period you are studying, because I think you are looking at individuals married between January 2002 to January 2006, there was a decrease in the share of mixed marriage. So I was wondering how much it would affect the result, in particular the result on naturalization rates, whether automatically it would mean a decrease in the naturalization rates for your results. But I may have missed something. But at least it would be nice to discuss a bit maybe the importance of mixed marriage in your paper to better understand. So as I said, I really like the work you did on the mechanism, even if you acknowledge it's mainly suggestive. So you are showing that the effect is stronger for non-Francophone migrants on earnings and number of hours worked. Of course, non-Francophone migrants may have other characteristics, right, that may explain this. But I was wondering whether you can push that a bit further. I was wondering whether discrimination would be stronger at the extensive margin of employment rather than the intensive margin. In particular, because you said that it might be used more as a signal for example, language acquisition. If you push the logic even further, can you also exploit further similarity between the migrants' country of origin and French, for example, in terms of linguistic distance? And since it's a paper on France, I feel obliged to use a bit my French. Is it la goutte qui fait déborder le vase as an alternative interpretation? So that basically those who are experiencing this change in policy may see that or perceive that as an additional hurdle to integration, and therefore would, for example, have the incentive to invest less in human capital. So I was wondering whether you could have some other outcomes to show that, or maybe the most extreme would be return migration, that some of these migrants would be so fed up by this change that they would decide to get back, and whether you can exploit some heterogeneity according to the rights that the French spouse could receive in the country of origin. And last but not least, it's of course a big question, the external validity. And you, what I like in your paper is that you describe the difference between migrants involved in mixed marriage and other migrants. And you show, for example, that they would tend to be more educated, for example. So to some extent, being married to French citizen is already a kind of result of integration. So in that sense, I was wondering whether you mentioned that at the beginning, more at the beginning of the paper, not so much in the conclusion, whether you can use heterogeneity in your analysis for example, in terms of education, in terms of occupation, for example, that you show a difference between these two groups of migrants to see how much we can generalize these results to migrants not in mixed marriage. Thank you. But overall, as I said, it's really a great paper and it was very nice to read it. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Jean-François. We'll go straight to a question from Costas. Costas?
I think you're muted.
Yes, I am indeed. I think I'm not. All right. So, all right. So I want to discuss a little bit about the identification strategy and the design. So in the picture that you show, the baseline clean staggered treatment, that's very neat and very clear. But I was wondering, and I would have two types of concerns on the reality of the actual structure of the data you have. You probably do a lot of tests in the paper, which obviously you didn't have time to show. So if something of this happens, just feel free to stop it. One that staggers to me is like the decision to enter or dissolve a marriage or a partnership is endogenous, right? So the change in the regulation changes the incentives to sustain or dissolve marriages, right? And so you might have an otherwise unsuccessful marriage keep going on just to get the bloody passport. And in the middle of the day, a kid pops up, and what do? You keep it. And then you have all sorts of, let's say, economic outcomes or salary penalties because, women pay a salary penalty when they have a kid, If you keep an unhappy situation going on and every day in the morning you wake up, you see somebody else next to you and you go, head the guts out of them, but you have to stomach it because, this is bloody passport, a lot of things could go wrong on a day. So I think you do compositional tests, but I think what I'm saying here about the endogenous decision of dissolving or keeping on the marriage is something more than a compositional test because it dynamically changes with the institution. So I don't know what tests you could do, actually, frankly, and I don't know if there is anything you could do, so it's a bit unfair. I would just discuss it at the very least. The second is, you probably discussed it because you mentioned that I would think there might be substitutional mechanisms. So there is not a one way of getting a passport, right? There are multiple ways of being naturalized. One is through your spouse or your partner, the other is through your kid, the other is through doing something different. So do you observe any substitution crowding out to other methods, right? Okay, this path, because for me, for example, there are at least two ways I can get a British passport, right? And I'm just picking which is the easiest one. This is like the literature about closures in tube or in metros and people finding alternative pathways, right? To optimize their route to French citizenship. So to what extent this happens and to what extent this you think is a threat to the design?
Yeah.
Thanks. We'll take another question from Sarah.
Yes, so it's a bit like last Costa. So mainly I was thinking also about students' way to get the nationality. And I was wondering, like, if you are that and you are married and you see that you have to wait more years, in the end you decide to just keep studying one more year to get the nationality through your student visa. And so it delays your entering the labor market. So I was wondering if you can look at that.
Yeah. So I think I should start by saying thank you, Jean-François, for the detailed comments that you made, and the other question, Costas and Sarah, is like very spot on different things that I try to discuss in the paper. So let me start by the last question, and then I'll move back up to the remaining comments. So in terms of the different channels that you can apply for the nationality, for sure, this is something that remains at the back of the reader's mind when you read the paper, in the sense that the whole issue about this is that you cannot disentangle through which channel people are applying for the nationality. So you cannot know whether they are actually applying for marriage or they're applying for the general channel. So this is one data limitation. However, there are some evidences that people might be choosing the other channel. So what you see in the graph when I show by level is that some of the years where they should not be eligible, there are still some people that are naturalized. So that means that they went through a different channel to apply for their nationality. What I would think would be the potential way it works is that those who now have to face a longer waiting period might apply through the general channel and might have to invest invest more in their education or in their human capital in general to be able to obtain the nationality through the harder path. So in a sense, I would have a downward bias in the estimates if that's the case. And that's very related to what you were mentioning, Kostas, I think, on the substitution mechanisms. The other thing about this divorce, this is something that's very central in the paper. Actually, I spent a full appendix on discussing what are the different issues, or what are the different directions in which the separations might work. So it might be affecting the early treated because they got the nationality and now they don't need the marriage anymore and they might divorce more because of that. Or it might work through the late treated group, who now do not want to stay in the marriage for long. The nice thing is I still observe all of them. So they still are in my data, even though they are divorced. But of course, I'm in the paper, I treat it as an outcome in itself. So whether this reform has had an effect on divorce. It's still unconclusive for now, but definitely it's something that's very present. To get back to some of your comments, Jean-François, and then we can discuss maybe later on, so let me first start by the discouragement. So this comes very close to what I was answering to Kostas and Sarah, in the sense that there might be discouragement. So one of the nice features of this setting is that I'm looking at mixed marriages in France. So these are people or foreigners that probably have attachment to France different than other general population, foreign population. So they might have more incentive to remain in the country. And if they want the nationality, if this one is becoming harder to obtain the nationality through this channel, they might go to the other channel and hence invest more and the downward bias. On the other hand, you were pointing towards one of the ways would be also out-migration. They don't want to remain in the country anymore. As I was saying, I think the attachment to France goes through the marriage. So some of the tests that I do seems to be showing that there's no differential out-migration between the two groups. In terms of the discrimination channel, I think you're really right to point out that it's more on the extensive margin, or at least it would be more for moving, so mobility, so people that are moving, changing jobs, because that's the point where you send a CV with this new information. Remaining in the same job might not give you such a premium to naturalization, because your employer might not even know you're naturalized while being on the job. So this is, I cannot unfortunately look at the extensive margin, because in the data, if you are not in the data, it might also mean that you're self-employed or unemployed. So that's why in the analysis, I restrict myself to comparing people that are in salaried employment. And the second thing is I'm trying now to get data to be able to detect movements. So to try to see, and so far the preliminary analysis seems to be confirming what you're saying. So it's only among people that are moving where you see a premium for non-Francophone versus Francophones. So that would be going in the direction of that it might be helping reducing discrimination at the hiring level. In terms of, thank you for pointing out the time variant effects. I have to think a little bit more about it to be able to answer that. In terms of the time effect, yeah, so I also do, in robustness checks that I have not included yet in the paper, I also restrict the window to closer to the 2004 mark, and that would reduce this concern that it might be driven by just mechanical waves in mixed marriages, and it seems to be the results are still there. So I'm not too worried about that. I think I went through or generally through all the points, but we can discuss more later. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, everyone. We'll move directly to the second paper of this session. Is Milena Jurelova on media persuasion through slanted language.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
And see the slides? Okay. Well, thanks a lot for having me. I'm very happy to get the chance to present to you. And I will talk about media persuasion, looking at the coverage of immigration in the United States. So the starting point for this paper is the observation that in the US, Republicans and Democrats tend to use very different language when they talk about policy relevant issues. For example, you're likely to hear a Democrat talking about undocumented immigrants, whereas a Republican may call the exact same people illegal aliens. And clearly, this is somehow tinted by an intention to sway the public towards the platform of your party. In fact, consultants from both sides, consultants and strategists from both sides seem to agree that the language they use, especially when they talk about immigration, matters for how the issue is perceived by the public. So on the one hand, we have Republicans and Democrats using different language. And we also have evidence that this tendency has been increasing over time. And on the other hand, we observe that opinions on immigration have also been splitting along party lines in the public. So here, for example, you can see how Republicans and Democrats think about whether immigration is good for the country, and you see that there is a partisan gap opening up somewhere around the early 2000s. So the question that I would like to advance here is whether these two phenomena are related, and in the sense that political rhetoric may be somehow fueling this polarization. All right, so specifically, I will study a slanted language in the media, in mass media, and I will ask a simple question, which is whether it may causally affect the views of the media audience. Now, the empirical challenge is that media outlets tend to choose their language quite carefully and in consideration of what their audience would like to hear. So in a sense, you have a reverse causality issue here. And to solve that, what you really need is a source of variation in media slant that comes from the supply side rather than the demand side. So I will propose looking at media production and specifically looking at news wires. This will be the Associated Press in the US. And for now, you can think of it as basically supplying newswire dispatches or raw input, if you will, to media outlets, which they can then use in their content production as they wish. So I will look at the change in the language used by Associated Press dispatches. And specifically, this will be a ban on the term illegal immigrant. And this ban turns out to have some interesting features that I think are useful here. So first, there is some evidence that it was part of a broader delabeling policy by the AP, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. But in short, it does not appear to be politically motivated. And second, it turns out that there is a lot of variation across media outlets in the extent to which they rely on AP copy, and hence in the extent to which they are exposed to the ban. So what this allows me to do is to implement a difference in different strategy, where I will exploit the timing of the ban, combined with variation across media outlets in their baseline reliance on AP or AP intensity, as I will refer to. Now, in terms of contribution, let me see how. Okay, in terms of contribution, I'll be quick, but just to give you an idea, there is by now a large literature on media and the political effects of mass media that has mostly been looking at the effects of access to a particular media outlet. So I would differ here, but by kind of keeping access constant and thinking about variation in a particular aspect of media coverage. And then related to immigration, perhaps I would mention some studies have tried to look at the effects of providing information on immigration and how that may affect views on this issue. So here the treatment will be somewhat more of a framing treatment, if you will. So we will change the way media talk about immigration, but not necessarily other aspects of the information that is provided. Okay, so first of all, why is the term illegal immigrant controversial and why would it be banned? Now, in the US, this is an extremely partisan phrase. In fact, you can look at congressional speech, and what you will see is that Republican speakers use the label illegal about 50% of the time. They use the word immigrant. And this is the case for only 5% of Democrats. So this is very, 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 very much partisan. And in fact, you can, as I mentioned, you can trace it back to explicit party strategy. And a few words on the Associated Press. So this is a not-for-profit cooperative that encompasses the majority of US media outlets. And their mission is to be as accurate and impartial as possible, which gives rise to very strict, very rigid rules on language, because the AP is trying to serve both Republican and Democrat outlets, which may have, may disagree on language. So the timeline on the ban of the term illegal immigrant is the following. So around 2010, AP is approached by immigrant rights activists who demand that this term is banned, which because they find it offensive and inaccurate. At that time, AP resists making a change and reaffirms illegal immigrant as best use. So this is a term that they prefer compared to other alternatives. Then, however, in 2013, they start thinking about labels in their style guide in a broader sense. For example, they ban the term schizophrenic and replace it with diagnosed with schizophrenia. Again, the idea is that you should not be labeling people, and that leads them to revisit their policy on illegal immigrant, at which point they ban the term. So you're no longer allowed to use the term illegal immigrant in an AP dispatch, and instead you're supposed to say entered the country without legal permission. Yes, entered or living in the country without legal permission. So I spent in the paper quite a bit of time trying to understand what this change meant in practice for AP's coverage of immigration. And here I am using essentially the universe of AP dispatches released between 2009 and 17. And the first thing you can see is that this ban was extremely well implemented. So the frequency of the term illegal immigrant falls from about 50% relative to immigrant before the ban to less than 5% after. Now, at the same time, these synonyms or substitutes proposed by the AP, such as living in the country without legal permission, they increase somewhat, but if you notice here the magnitudes, this is clearly not enough to compensate the decline in the label illegal. So essentially what this creates is a gap in reference to legal status. Now you can look at this a little bit more broadly. So apart from this one phrase, what happened to AP's language overall? So could it be that it became more liberal on immigration across the board? To try to evaluate this, I can follow work by Genskov and Shapiro, which basically tries to quantify the language used by the AP in the sense of whether it is more similar to the language used by a Republican or a Democrat in Congress. So this is using congressional speech. And in short, I will not have much time to explain this in detail, but in short, if you compute this index apart from the term illegal immigrant and look at this magenta line here, you see that there is not much evidence that the AP's language is becoming more liberal or more conservative. So you see a pretty flat tone, if you will, here. All right, so we see that the term illegal immigrant virtually disappears from AP's feed, and other aspects of language do not seem to change. So this seems to be, I think, a salient, given that we lose reference to legal status, but on the other hand, isolated shock to content. Now, in the second part of the paper, I study how this diffuses to media outlets across the US, and I will have data that covers about 2,200 of them. Now, I will compare these outlets based on their AP intensity. So zooming into the 12 months before the ban, I will measure how often each outlet uses AP copy. And in particular, I will check for any references to the AP, so such as according to the Associated Press. And second, on top of that, I also have a plagiarism detection algorithm that checks for copy pasting without attribution to the AP. So with that variable at hand, I can implement a difference in difference where I regress the share of illegal immigrant articles released in a given outlet and month on the interaction of the outlet's AP intensity interacted with post-ban. So this is the dynamic diff version of this equation. And what you can see immediately is that the share of illegal immigrant articles falls abruptly in AP intensive outlets relative to less AP intensive ones. And this effect coincides with the timing of the ban. To give you an idea of the magnitude here, we can compare outlets that don't use the AP at all, so they have 0 AP intensity, to ones that use it in between 120 to 760 articles per 1,000. So these are the heavy AP users. And the difference here in the share of illegal immigrant articles is about 12 percentage points. And that's relative to a mean of 20. So this is more than a 60% effect. Furthermore, I can, given that I can sort of differentiate between articles that seem to be sourced from the AP and the rest, I can show you that these effects seem to be driven mostly by AP sourced articles. All right. Now, these are average effects. Let me just quickly mention that, of course, there is some interesting heterogeneity between outlets that presumably agree with the ban. So left-leaning outlets would presumably be happy to go along with this change, whereas right-leaning outlets may show some resistance or even backlash here. And indeed, you do see a little bit of that, but perhaps not as much as you would expect. So I find a stronger reaction for left-leaning outlets, but still a significant effect also for right-leaning ones. So to sum up here, I find a large degree of diffusion of the ban across media outlets. And it appears to apply to both left and right-leaning ones without much evidence of a backlash. So what this will allow me to do is to basically have a first stage, a strong and valid first stage to look at the effects on views on immigration policy here.
5 minutes.
So, great. So here I am looking at a large electoral survey in the US, the CCES, which is a repeated cross-section conducted in the years you see listed here, mostly election years. And the CCES asks respondents about their views on immigration, giving them specific policies to think about. So for example, do you think that the US government should increase the number of border patrols on the US-Mexican border? Do you think immigrants should be given amnesty? And there are various policies asked in each wave, but most of them rotate. So they're not asked consistently, but still I can aggregate them into an index, which I will call restrict immigration. So I have these questions in the survey and I have the county of residence of the respondents. and I will use that to match them to their locally circulated media. Okay, and how do I do that? I use disaggregated data on newspaper circulation. So this is basically newspaper sales by newspaper and county. And this will allow me to aggregate AP intensity from the newspaper level up to the county level, weighted by circulation. So then this looks like something like this. And one thing I want you to notice is that because newspaper readership is actually quite local in the US, you do have quite detailed variation here. So within state and within a small region. So then my strategy here will be to regress views on immigration policy, on the share of illegal immigrant articles circulated in a given county, which, however, is potentially endogenous. And for this reason, I will be instrumenting this with the interaction of AP intensity and post-ban. Now, the identifying assumption will be not that AP intensity is random, so that's important, but rather that it is that there are no time-varying correlates that change views on immigration in a way that coincides with the timing of the ban. And still, to evaluate whether that's plausible, I will be showing you results with or without controls, county controls interacted with time, which should absorb any such effect. All right, so then what do we see? We see that respondents in more AP-intensive counties show lower support for restricting immigration after the ban, and you see this in the index that I mentioned, and in several individual questions that I can look at separately. And you can also look at this effect expressed in terms of the share of illegal immigrant articles, and you see that illegal immigrant articles appear to increase support for restricting immigration. Now, as I mentioned, it's important empirically to evaluate whether this effect is really capturing something about AP intensity or some correlate of it. And in short, I find very stable results whether or not I control for various county characteristics. And furthermore, I can restrict using variation only within state or within media market. So these are these DMA fixed effects here. So here I am looking at the effects within the areas designed by media companies to be relatively homogeneous in terms of online or TV consumption. Finally, this effect seems to kick in, coinciding with the ban. All right, so I think, right, let me just mention that I find some evidence consistent with the notion that the people who are responding to this treatment are probably ones that have weaker priors on the issue. For example, I find somewhat more pronounced effects for independents rather than Republicans and Democrats, and in counties with actually fewer immigrants rather than higher level of immigrant population. Okay, I think I can conclude here. So basically, I find that the ban on the term illegal immigrant is associated with a decline in support for restrictive immigration policies. One thing that I didn't get to show you is that views on other policies, on the other hand, such as abortion, taxation, and other things that are associated with the Republican platform, do not seem to be affected. To conclude, I look at a natural experiment created by AP's ban on the controversial term illegal immigrant. I find, first of all, a large degree of diffusion of the ban across media outlets with relatively little resistance, which I think is interesting, an interesting result. And second, I exploit this variation to look at views on immigration policy and find evidence consistent with a persuasive impact. Okay, I think I can stop here, and I am looking forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. Elias?
Yes. Let me say, do you see my screen? And do you see the presentation? Yes, you do, right? Great. Let me say that Vicky was trying to enter and she couldn't. And she wanted to let you know that she was trying to enter but she couldn't. And she will enter though, she will be here for the next session. And to Vicky, I said that I felt extremely lucky to be able to discuss this paper, but in a way that I also felt very unlucky, in the sense that this paper was sent to me in a group that I had in my Slack group, in a way with my students and postdocs. And one of them said that I enjoyed reading it back then. I didn't enjoy reading it so much now as a discussion. It's very difficult to find mistakes. It's a near perfect paper, and I hardly ever have, probably the first time I've ever said that. Why is it a great paper? Because it's not only very well done, but it's also extremely interesting. And both of them together, it's hard combination and a very rare one. I won't go into a summary again because you already kind of have the basic idea. The basic idea is that the question is in its own right is very interesting in the sense that we know a lot about media effects, but we don't know hardly anything about the semantics of media effects. And it is extremely difficult to know anything about the semantics of media effects because it is extremely difficult to distinguish information from semantics. And here is a case where actually we can do that. The ban of illegal immigrant as a term from AP's dispatches that basically influence the way we receive news throughout the world, at least the industrialized world. And so that is the setup and the kind of natural experiment that is being used here. And there are 3 steps, okay? So there are 3 steps in the paper, and that's also interesting because it's not just here is identification, here is the reduced form, and we're done. There are 3 important steps in the paper, in the sense that we have first to show that the ban affects the way language is used to describe in the context of coverage of this topic, of this issue, let's say, of migration in the AP itself. Unequivocal, like the evidence is clear cut. It's one of the first graphs that Helena showed. Then we have to show that this diffuses to media outlets that use AP as a source of information. And also, it wasn't so much discussed in the presentation, but they do so, and some of them willingly diffuse even in pieces of information, pieces of news that do not come necessarily anymore from the AP. Okay, so left wing, or let's call them liberal outlets, they outbeat in a way. They continue that logic. They apply it more generally, not only in whatever they take from dispatch of the AP. I'm not sure how much, by the way, that affects the identification strategy in the IV estimation. I was thinking about that this morning again. I wanted to add it. I'm not adding it as a bullet point because I'm not sure whether it is even being taken into consideration. I don't think at all. But it's an interesting finding. And then the third one is, once now we have all that, then we can say how much that affects attitudes towards immigrants. In another way, how does language in media, not just media coverage, agenda setting, priming, even framing more generally, but language. Now, my points are the following. All my points are under the question what changes, right? Or what is really changing here in the natural experiment. In other words, language, either we want it or not, does go along with sort of content or substance. In other words, I probably will be less likely to report crimes if I have an agenda, let's say, if I cannot anymore use the term. And there is nothing, because the paper does a great work in showing us that this is only language and everything, and it's basically that term, nothing else. It doesn't engage very much with the connection between language and the topic. Like you showed that you didn't show it here, but you showed in the paper that the whole coverage of migration really remains the same. What my question is, to what extent is there some sort of substitution in terms of topics, in terms of how migration is? In other words, maybe if I cannot anymore use illegal immigrants to get clicks, of course, AP doesn't care about getting clicks, let's say, but the outlets might, right? Like in these headlines, then how much does it affect the type of issue within which I will refer to migration? And maybe since I am the immigration reporter, I have to say something, I will say something else. You know, so that might, so in a way, it might not be just the language, but the way, you know, the topic within which this is covered. And that, I think, also might spill over to consumption, not only the production of the news. In other words, me as a reader anymore, that's why I would like you to show, as you do show it at some point with respect to AP, you don't show it, I think, if I am correct with respect to the media outlets, the distinction between headlines and front page or headlines and content itself. I would like that because maybe I'm more willing to read an article with illegal immigrants rather than, you know, maybe even if the supply is equal, is the same, maybe this is what I was reading, I'm not reading it anymore. And so again, it's not language itself, but it's basically the kind of consumption that I'm getting from the topic. Then throughout the paper, I thought I had something to say very interesting, which was about norms. But then at the end, you do talk about norms as well. So I'm like, okay, I don't really have that to say either, because I was always thinking, you know, maybe this is not really changing attitudes, but it's changing norms about what is socially desirable. But you do mention that. My point, however, the reason I'm adding it here is because you think about this as through the shock itself. Whereas I was thinking about this more in terms of a long-term effect as a result of the consumption. In other words, I understand that you are using more words to describe these people. So I am getting the point either, you know, subconsciously or sort of cognitively perceive it, and as a result, that would affect again my willingness to declare openly preferences against immigrants. In other words, if this is happening, then the only way to know would be to have both revealed and hidden preferences in the outcome. Although I acknowledge that the possibility that this is happening is probably very low, but just as an alternative in a way mechanism. And then the last point that I don't have in the slide, how much do these things scale up? Like you're using the surveys from the congressional surveys, and that's fine. We're speaking about 2013. I would like to see, you know, for example, what happens in the 2016 election. You know, I mean, you do say that in a survey you don't find any pro-partisan, you know, but doesn't allow to have any effect on parties. But you know, if this is continuing over time, maybe by 2016, you know, it's not at all clear that the effect will go down. Maybe actually it should be accumulating by 2016. That's all I had to say, and I hope it wasn't too much. Thank you. Excellent paper. I loved reading it. I learned a lot.
Thanks a lot. Any questions from the audience? No? No one?
Yeah, I can just reiterate the note. So I think what you don't boldly say, and you can say more boldly, and that builds exactly on Elias's point, is that you make a substantive theoretical contribution, maybe not of interest to economists, for sure to political scientists, on political rhetoric and parsing out the semantics from the facts. I think economists would care about that. Some economists, like Stanceva and co-authors who work about exactly this type of facts versus semantics, they might care about it. It's more like economic psychology or economic sociology, but that's fine. There's a bigger crowd in poli-sci than in economics, but it is a substantive contribution you're making there. Elias hammered that point out. I really want to echo that as loud as I can. It's very hard to separate facts from semantics, right? And for people who really spend their lives on understanding this type of rhetoric in poli-sci, this is a huge question, right? This doesn't mean to repeat the paper. It's just so that you know that it's big.
All right, thank you. Milena, if you want to take 2-3 minutes to wrap up.
Yeah, thanks a lot. So I think this was spot on, discussion. So let me see what I can respond to. So first of all, on the topics, so whether this may have any effect on the distribution of topics or whether you talk about crime or other things. So I have done one exercise that is not perfect and I could do more, but basically I have tried to essentially cluster the text corpus that I have into topics.
But you're doing that with words, right? Again, not with the topics. I would like topics. Isn't it words again that you're doing it with?
So that's an exercise in the appendix. It's not very prominent in the paper, so I don't know if you. But basically, what I do is to run a topic model and try to identify whether for each article, whether it belongs to the topic of crime or elections,
Okay.
And so on. So I have basically classified the texts that I have into 5 topics. And when I look at the distribution of these topics, I don't find, I find some small shifts, but compared to the decline in the term of illegal immigrant, they seem really, really small. And furthermore, I can do all of my exercises within topic, and I find consistent results within each of these 5 topics that I identify. Now, this is not perfect. There may still be some movement there, so this is something I can try harder with. For example, some people have suggested to identify specific events rather than topics and see whether coverage of these events changes. So that's something that is possible, but a little bit more hard. And then headlines versus articles, I can totally do, yes. And on norms, so yeah, just maybe for the others. So I think I interpret the effects that I find as persuasion effects, so that people are stating their true opinions when they're asked about them in the survey. Now, it could, of course, be that people are not truthful and that they are somehow interpreting the ban as a signal that it's not okay to express anti-immigration opinions. So it could be just this sort of norms effect. So that's something that I think it could totally be there. It's just I think it's not very likely to explain the pattern that I see, because it would imply that coverage of the ban or awareness of the ban is somehow correlated with AP intensity, and I don't find much evidence for that. But still, this is not conclusive in any way. Then persistence of the effects. So I think 2016 is in my sample in the paper, if I'm correct, but I have also looked at, there's been a few, I think two more waves of the CCS released since I wrote the paper.
No, I meant voting patterns.
Oh, voting patterns. Okay, so first on the
To be
CCS,
honest,
you see, yeah.
Milena, you don't have the best outcomes in these surveys. You know, if you had run, if you were to run your own survey, you could have different. You would have had different outcomes. Like these are two policy outcomes. You know,
Yes,
right? So that's why I'm. You know, yes, fine. I believe the survey and I believe all that. But you know, if this is big, that it could even go. One could think it could scale up to having an effect into the election.
Yeah, so on average, I don't find much on voting for the Republican Party, in short. So that could be for several reasons. One, let me just give you one. So
but from the survey, not from the actual results, right?
So I have looked both at the survey, so stated voting intention, do you intend to vote Republican? And I can also look at actual electoral data.
Yeah,
so,
but you haven't done that.
I find not much in either for voting Republican, and let me give you one reason, there's also others. But one reason is that the effects that I find are on views on immigration, whereas for other items of the Republican platform, I don't find any effect. So it could be that this one dimension is not enough to sway which party you vote for. But again, this is on average. There could be some heterogeneity there that I have not uncovered. Yeah. Okay, and thank you for the comment on facts versus semantics. I think that's a great way to think about it. So yeah, that's very useful.
All right, thank you very much, Milena, Elias, Yajna, Jean-François, for this great session. We'll now take a big 5-minute break, okay, and proceed after that to the keynote by Sandra Sequeira. So see you all in 5 minutes. Hi, Sandra.
Hi, Pierre-Louis. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Thanks. Good. Enjoying the sunshine?
Yeah. Are you in London still?
Yeah. Haven't moved in a while.
Yeah, it's okay these days.
That's right.
So we'll start probably at 55.
We'll start at 55. Okay.
So just make sure everyone is back.
Yeah.
So
Sure.
we'll share your session. I think he's just connecting.
Right.
Hello, hi. Can you hear me and see me?
Now, yes.
We
Yeah,
can.
okay, good. Okay, hi, it's good to see you both. A quick question, Sandra. Is it okay if people ask questions during your talk, or would you like to have questions at the end?
I think it would be fine to have them throughout. Maybe
Yeah.
if I could have the first 15 minutes to get through the key results.
Yeah.
And people could accumulate some clarifying questions in the chat. And then halfway through, I'll also try to stop to take on more questions. So if it's in a managed way, I think it would work great to have them throughout the chat.
Excellent. We'll do it like that. Perfect. Okay, I'm going to run off for a second and I'll be back in a few minutes. So looking forward to this. Pierre-Louis, will you give me a signal, a secret signal when we're going to start?
Sure, let's start in 2 minutes.
Okay, perfect.
Let's do this.
Perfect. Okay. So good afternoon and or good morning, everybody. Greetings from Amsterdam. It is really my great pleasure to introduce today's keynote speaker, Professor Sandra Sequeira. As you know, Sandra is an associate professor at LSE. In addition to that, she is also affiliated with all the right acronyms in development economics. So that includes CEPR, STICKERT, the IGC, and of course, JPAL. Let me just add that I think Sandra's research is not only very impressive in terms of its obvious quality, but also in the scope of the topics that she tackles. So her research agenda really covers pretty much everything under the sun in terms of development economics. It's really very impressive. So there's work on healthcare in general and antenatal care in particular. There are papers on the impact of transport infrastructure, the role of corruption and tax evasion, and of course, a slew of very interesting papers on migration, which is the topic of today's keynote, on the economics of displacement. So without further ado, let's get started. Our suggestion would be to try to be in listening mode for at least 15 minutes. And then, so if you have any questions, try to hold on to them until after the first 15 minutes. And then during the second part of the talk, we can take questions as we go along. Sandra, the screen is yours.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for such a kind introduction. Thanks for the invitation to be here. And thanks to the organizers for putting together such a great conference again. So I will be talking today about the economics of forced displacement, looking in particular at conflict-induced forced displacement. And this is going to draw very heavily from joint work with Giorgio Chiovelli, Stelio Michalopoulos, and Elia Papaioannou. So we were motivated to look at the problem of forced displacement, just given how staggering the numbers are. By 2019, over 79 million people had been forcibly displaced from their homes. So what this means is that there's one person becoming displaced every 3 seconds. Now, out of these, about 43% are crossing borders, the refugees, while the majority, 57%, are displaced within their own countries as internally displaced individuals, so IDPs. Now, while the media attention has revolved around the impact of refugee flows in developed countries, these actually represent a really small fraction of displacement worldwide. In fact, it's less than 15%. So the key fact that is often overlooked is that 85% of the world's displaced population actually lives in the developing world, and 40% of those are children. Now, many of these displaced individuals are in fragile states. So in fact, the UN estimates that the 36 most fragile countries in the world account for only about 3% of global GDP, but they host a third of the world's population of forcibly displaced individuals. And unfortunately, the number of refugees and IDPs in the developing world is only expected to increase with worsening conflict in several countries, particularly so in sub-Saharan Africa. So in fact, today's figure is almost double from that of 2010. And the World Bank predicts that the share of global poor who are living in fragile and conflict-affected regions is going to reach about 46% by 2030. Now, conflict-induced forced displacement can affect economic performance through many different channels. A key channel that I'm going to focus on in this project is how being forced to flee can affect investments in human capital, so both one's incentives to do so, but also one's ability to do so, and how that can then subsequently affect occupational choice and long-term well-being. These outcomes are obviously relevant as potential drivers of development and growth. So conceptually, we're going to start by thinking about the impact of conflict-induced displacement as conflict generating 1 out of 3 possible scenarios. So one is people can stay behind in their places of birth, which may be rural or urban. They can become IDPs and be displaced into another rural location or to a city. And finally, they can be displaced into a neighboring country, often to refugee camps. In fact, for people who are living in or refugees who are in a rural area today, 1 out of 2 of them are likely to be in a managed refugee camp. Or people can go into informal settlements, again, usually set up close to the border. Now, the literature to date has made very limited progress on this question due to 3 key challenges. So one is just the lack of data on actual displacement. The second, obviously, are selection concerns. So conflict is not random. Household or locality characteristics can drive both the selection into different types of forced displacement trajectories, and it can also drive human capital investments and occupational choice. And finally, most work to date has focused on just one type of displacement, when the reality is often much more complex, with all the different trajectories kind of happening simultaneously. So what we try to do in this project is to try to make progress on this question by first exploiting a very rich microcensus data from the protracted Mozambican civil war that took place between 1977 and 1992. This war displaced about 4 million people, so it's one of the largest episodes of conflict-driven displacement in recent history, in fact, only comparable to the current crisis in Syria. So what these data allow us to do is to reconstruct the displacement trajectories for over 12 million people, so the universe of surviving population. And then we supplement this with a survey that we conducted in early 2020 in one of Mozambique's largest cities to try to examine the long-term effects of displacement, particularly into urban areas. For identification, we're going to exploit the fact that families were very large in Mozambique at the time, with a median number of children of about 6 per family. And second, that during the chaos of war, several families were kind of split in a quasi-random way. This is a very common feature of conflict settings, even today. And so what this allows us to do is to exploit within family variation across siblings, and even more restrictively across twins, to try to control for individual and family level characteristics that could affect both the displacement trajectory and then decisions about schooling and employment. And lastly, we're going to study a setting which is likely to best mirror most conflict scenarios today, in which all the different displacement trajectories are kind of occurring at the same time, so that we can have some comparability on their different socioeconomic effects. So to start with a preview of the core findings. So we find that displacement trajectories matter. So displacement from a rural area into towns or larger cities is associated with an almost 30% increase in the probability of acquiring schooling relative to the non-movers who stayed in their rural place of birth. So this corresponds to an 8 percentage point increase. Displacement into other rural areas leads to a significantly smaller effect, but it's still positive. So an increase, 3 percentage point increase, again, against the non-movers, rural stayers. But in contrast, refugees have very similar levels of education to those who stayed behind in rural areas. All types of displacement are associated with occupational shifts out of agriculture towards services, but this effect is again much, much stronger for those who moved into urban areas and is driven mostly by those who invested more in education during the war. In terms of mechanisms, so we look at the role of individual, household, and destination characteristics. First, we find that some individual characteristics matter. So the effects are more pronounced for boys and modestly higher for firstborn. Another important individual level characteristic is whether a child, when being displaced, moved with an adult, but we actually don't find a significant impact of that, at least on schooling decisions. We find some evidence that household characteristics also matter. So we find differences across family educational background. The investments in schooling and occupational shifts tend to be more pronounced for those whose parents and grandparents were more educated to begin with. So the importance of household and family characteristics. Another important proxy for the experience of the household during the war is whether the household experienced the death of an offspring. This could lead to some reoptimization of schooling investments across offspring, so across siblings, or it could affect fertility decisions among other margins. But we don't find, however, that there's any evidence that it affects the schooling decisions of those displaced. When we look at heterogeneity in destination localities, really the biggest effect is that place matters. So the effects are larger when individuals move to larger towns or some of the biggest cities, so if they move to urban areas. But we don't find a lot of differences when we look at other potential development indicators. If we look at conflict, particularly when we're looking at rural to rural movements, in part, it's possible that conflict was very, very widespread at the time, or that we're measuring it with a lot of error. So we don't find significant heterogeneity on that margin. We then turn to look at the long-term effects of forced displacement. So as I mentioned, we conducted a survey in 2020 in one of the largest cities in northern Mozambique, in fact, one that doubled in size during the war. And what this survey confirms the findings from the analysis of the census data, so that displacement into cities was associated with higher investments in education. So displaced individuals invest more in education than their siblings who stayed behind. And in fact, they converge to the levels of investments in education for their comparable urban cohort who was not displaced during the war. We also find that those displaced integrate fairly well into the social fabric of the cities, at least as measured by standard indicators of attitudes, beliefs about social norms, compared to those who were, again, born in the city and did not experience displacement during the war. But the survey also reveals what are the potential long-term downsides of displacement. So internally displaced individuals report significantly worse mental health. They have lower levels of trust in their community, and they appear to be more pessimistic about the future, again, when compared to an urban cohort that was never displaced during the war. They also report slightly lower levels of wages on average, again, relative to this urban cohort, even though they have very similar levels of education. So with this project, we aim to contribute to several literatures. First, we build on a literature that examines the impact, the economic impact of refugee flows. As I mentioned earlier, the literature overwhelmingly looks at resettlement in advanced economies, though low-income countries are the ones who receive the highest number of refugees and IDPs worldwide. This literature has been great, but often focuses on quite kind of unique and special historical case studies, some of which are in non-conflict settings, and most of them tend to involve just one type of displacement, either external displacement or internal displacement. While again, as I mentioned, contemporary forced displacement often involves many different types of conflict-induced displacement occurring simultaneously. So we're hoping that this case study kind of enables us to better understand the impact of these different displacement trajectories in a more unified way. Second, this project is part of this broader literature that quantifies the impact of civil wars on development. The evidence on the speed of post-conflict recovery is actually quite mixed. So some studies document a negative impact of conflict on schooling, while others show that schooling can actually increase in conflict-affected countries, and educational attainment can actually recover reasonably quickly in a post-war period. So one possible way to reconcile this mixed evidence is to account for forced displacement during conflict. So this could be kind of a new mechanism of economic recovery, which is based on how displacement actually shapes investments in human capital during the war and how then that affects the catch-up process post-war. Our project also speaks to a more, again, of applied practitioner literature on what is the optimal humanitarian response to conflict. So while there's this understanding that refugee camps can provide a safe haven during periods of conflict, provides functioning schools and clinics and others, they seldom provide incentives for investments in education to occur due to limited employment opportunities. So perhaps managing these IDP inflows into urban areas could mitigate some of these effects, so the negative effects of conflict on human capital investment, while also avoiding the many cross-border political, economic, and social downsides that are usually associated with the refugee camp model. And finally, we connect also to this fast-growing research that tries to isolate the importance of place in creating socioeconomic opportunity. This research looks at internal movement in peaceful times, whereas we focus obviously on conflict settings. But we do confirm some of the results in the literature that regional childhood exposure effects can matter for human capital accumulation and occupational choice later in life. But we also show that family characteristics matter, individual characteristics also matter, and that the experience of displacement itself in the context of conflict can also have a significant downside in itself. So let me tell you a bit more about the context on Mozambique. So Mozambique was and continues to be a primarily agricultural economy. So even before the Civil War, employment shares in agriculture were up to 90%, and average years of schooling were quite low at 0.5 years of schooling on average. The Civil War was extremely brutal and lasted from 1977 until 1992. It was waged between a government-backed Frelimo and the Rhodesian South African-backed Renamo. Importantly, it was a war that was mostly fought in the countryside. So the cities were fairly well protected, particularly the three largest cities in the country that I will show in a couple of maps in a couple of slides. So to better identify and understand the impact of displacement trajectories, we're going to rely on the 1997 census in Mozambique, which was the first census conducted 5 years after the end of the war. So this allows us to know where people were at 4 key points: birth, where they were right before the end of the war in 1992, where they resided in 1995, and then where they were in 1997 at the time of the census. So we link place of birth, location in 92, and then location in 97 to try to identify conflict-driven displacement and, for instance, eliminate from our sample people who only moved between 95 and 97. So those are more likely to be economic migrants. So from the census, we get information on family structure, educational attainment, and sector of employment in 1997. It also gives us some individual and household level characteristics such as gender, age, household level, offspring mortality. And then for our heterogeneity analysis, we identify several development indicators at the locality level by digitizing and geocoding data on the existing rail, road, and trail network in Mozambique prior to the war. We also use data on the location of landmines across Mozambique. So this was painstakingly done by my co-authors in previous work. We have information on cantinas, which was a network of colonial trading hubs as well. And importantly, we collect primary data on conflict events by expanding the ACLED data set for Mozambique. So this is the Armed Conflict Location and Event Data project. So we had to expand it for about 12 years to cover our period of interest. And we used a similar methodology with sources from news cables, secondary literature, newspaper articles, and so on. And then finally, we conduct a field survey, and again, one of Mozambique's largest cities, to try to understand the long-term effects of displacement into urban areas. So here's a breakdown for the full census and the different types of displacement trajectories that took place. Most of the results that I will be showing today correspond to the sample of 12 to 32-year-olds in 1997. This is meant to cover individuals who were of primary school going age during the conflict. And here we can see that about 65% of the population did not move. So these are the non-movers in our sample, remaining mostly in rural areas. About 8% of the population was displaced into neighboring countries. Again, these mostly into refugee camps, and about 27% of the population was internally displaced. Now, interestingly, these proportions are actually quite similar to what we observe in other conflict settings, such as in Syria today. But because displacement, again, took many different forms, to get a fixed ideas, I'll briefly summarize the main features of each type. So starting with external displacement. So here the map to the left shows a distribution of localities of origin of those who were displaced into neighboring countries. So the refugee camps are here represented by stars, all 18 of them. The majority were in Malawi, there's some in Zimbabwe, and then down here in Swaziland and South Africa. The map on the right shows their people's location in 1997. So this is a heat map with the higher share of individuals of externally displaced being the warmer colors. And so what is clear immediately from this map is that most refugees came from areas that were closer to the border, and that then they returned to similar areas as well. The majority of refugees fled into Malawi, but there's still a number of them that went into other countries, Tanzania, Zambia, Swaziland, and South Africa. Now, the census does not record exactly the external refugee camps where an individual was displaced. So they just report we were during the war in country X. But one way in which we can validate, and we did validate these data, is by computing what are the country aggregates from the census, so aggregating everyone's responses, and then comparing them to the aggregate figures in archival data from UNHCR, so the UN's Agency for Refugees, which was in charge of managing these refugee flows at the time. Now, we think of these refugee camps as resembling rural settings in many important ways. So schools were set up with the emphasis placed on primary education. UNHCR also funded some schools that were already functioning in areas with a large number of settled Mozambicans. Importantly, refugees did not have the legal right to work in the host country, but they were given free food and other necessities. So they were largely dependent on foreign aid. There were very few employment opportunities, even in the camp, and the vast majority of refugees did not have access to land in these camps. So historical narratives and reports tend to kind of emphasize the challenging conditions in refugee camps. So accounts of life in the camp highlight the challenge of idleness, of children growing up in camps with no real heritage, no tradition, no skill. In fact, in Malawi, which was the largest recipient of refugee flows, as we just saw on the graph, given the location of the camps close to the border, there were a lot of refugees who would often go back and forth during the war to till their land during the agricultural season in Mozambique. So the point is that this attachment to land and to a rural way of life was still pretty strong. To be a bit more concrete, here's a visual illustration of a refugee camp in Malawi in the 1980s. And again, it resembled in every way a rural setting. In fact, it also resembles other refugee camps in sub-Saharan Africa or in other parts of the world today. So here are some examples from Tanzania, South Sudan on the top row, and Guinea and Nepal in the bottom rows. So now thinking about internally displaced individuals. So approximately 27% of the Mozambican population, again, more than 3 million people were internally displaced during the war. Out of these, 55% went into urban areas and 45% went into rural areas. And those moving to urban areas went mostly to the three largest cities of Maputo, Beira, and Nampula. So again, these maps show the distribution of IDPs. So these are for individuals who are rural born and who moved to urban areas. All the largest cities are identified here in the map, with the three biggest being Nampula in the north, Beira in the center, and then Maputo in the south. So again, not surprisingly as before, we find that the movement to cities occurred mostly for those who were closer to the cities to begin with. But when we look at the movement rural to rural, here it was far more widespread. Now, there was some movement of urban to urban, so people generally moving from a smaller town into a larger city. But there were also, importantly, about 12,000 individuals who went from urban places, so they were born in an urban place, and they were moved to the countryside during the war. And this was because there was a government-backed Frelimo villagization scheme that pushed these urban dwellers into communal villages in an attempt to just populate these areas that could otherwise fall under Renamo control. So both historical accounts and what we can see in the census suggest that these movements were permanent. So this is another trajectory that we're going to account for in the analysis. One last descriptive point is on post-war trajectories. So we find that the majority of those displaced from a rural area either stayed in their new destinations, represented here by the blue bars, or they went to other rural or other urban areas after the war. So this would be represented by the yellow and the gray bars. So the orange bars represent individuals who return to their place of birth. So an important source of heterogeneity is we're going to look at that and to see how do our outcomes vary across whether people decided to return home at the end of the war or not. So I'll start off by showing some correlational patterns. So in this analysis, I'm going to look at the full sample of individuals in the census. So everyone who was aged between 12 to 32 in the 1997 census. So again, these are individuals who are more likely to have invested in their schooling and made schooling decisions during the war. Given the considerable differences between being born in a rural area or in an urban area, we're going to run separate specifications for these two groups. And the first outcome that we're going to look at is simply a binary indicator reflecting whether an individual completed the first year of primary school. So on the left graph, the omitted category are going to be the non-movers in rural areas. Okay, so we're going to see what happens to rural-born individuals who moved to either cities in blue or who moved to other rural areas in yellow, against the omitted category being the non-movers in a rural area. Whereas on the right-hand side, we have a graph that looks at individuals who were born in urban areas and then who either went to another urban area in blue or those who went to rural areas in yellow. In all of this, we're going to include as controls individual level characteristics that could be correlated with both schooling and employment outcomes such as age, gender, and birth order effects as well. So whether an individual is a firstborn or not. We also include locality of birth fixed effects to absorb differences in socioeconomic environments at birth, or even differences related to the intensity of conflict in place of origin. But what we find here clearly in the graph is that a move from a rural to an urban locality, so this would be the blue bar on the left, is associated with a significant increase in schooling and the probability of schooling relative to the mean schooling of rural non-movers. The effect of external displacement, which is going to be the pink bar, is close to zero. And in fact, we're going to see that this effect actually disappears as we move closer to causal estimates in a couple of slides. When we look at those born in urban areas, those who move to another urban area, again, mostly from a smaller town into a larger city, experience an increase in the probability of schooling. Those that move from an urban area to a rural area under the villagization scheme, so this would be the yellow bar on the right-hand side, experience a drop in the probability of schooling. When we look at years of schooling with a Poisson or negative binomial, we find very similar effects. We then examine the impact of displacement on occupational choice, exploring whether these different displacement paths actually correlate with a shift out of agriculture towards services. Here we restrict the sample to individuals between 16 and 32 years of age, given that these are more likely to be in the workforce when we observe them in 1997. And similarly, we find that for those born in a rural location, they're far less likely to be engaged in subsistence agriculture. So this would be the big drop that we see here in the blue bar if they move to an urban area. The drop is, again, smallest for refugees. It's close to zero. That's the pink bar. And it's slightly larger for those moving from a rural area to another rural area. And then we see the flip side of the previous graph when we look at those who were urban born. Those that were displaced under the villagization scheme into a rural area are much more likely to be engaged in agriculture. Where are these people going? So we don't observe significant differences on the extensive margin of employment or even participation in the labor force. And we see that the shift out of agriculture is matched with a shift into services for all the different groups. So there's some additional findings I wanted to highlight at this point. So while we do have some heterogeneity in the form of external displacement, so for instance, in Zimbabwe, refugees were mostly in refugee camps, whereas in Malawi, there was kind of a mix between refugee camps and informal settlements. And then in other countries like Zambia, Tanzania, refugees were almost always absorbed into informal settlements and just small towns and small local communities. But even though we have this heterogeneity on whether individuals are exactly in a refugee camp or in an informal settlement, we actually don't find significant differences on the effects of external displacement on schooling across all the different countries. A second point relates to the post-war trajectory. So while the effects are positive and sizable for both those who stayed in their host destination and those who returned home following the war, they're still relatively larger for those who decided to stay, as we can see here in the graph. So this would be the difference between the darker colors and the lighter colors for all the different trajectories. But an important point is that the effects are positive throughout. So even for those who decided to return home, we still see this bump in schooling for all the different groups. And the last point that I wanted to make on the main results is that perhaps reassuringly, we find that the occupational shifts tend to occur mostly for those who acquired an education during the war. So suggesting that it is these investments in human capital that are an important mechanism to trigger occupational shifts. Now, in all of this analysis, this correlational analysis that I've shown up until now, we've included, as I mentioned, locality of birth fixed effects. So that's already accounting for differences in availability of schools, population density, infrastructure, violence, and other unobserved features across localities in Mozambique. But it's still possible that for certain individuals, there are parental and household characteristics that can jointly impact both the displacement trajectory and subsequently educational investments and employment options. So as I mentioned earlier, it's been well documented in these conflict scenarios more broadly, and again, even today, that with the chaos and certainty of war, families with several offspring are often going to be split, leading siblings who would otherwise have led perhaps very similar lives to have very different displacement trajectories during childhood. So to improve on identification and to get closer to causal effects of displacement, we're going to look at within family variation, comparing siblings of similar age, and even twins who follow different trajectories during the war. And again, this by looking at within family variation, we're hopefully accounting for things, certain features like family size, motivation to educate their offspring, the connections perhaps that parents may have in other villages or in cities, all of which can jointly affect displacement, human capital investments, and then occupational choice. Our second approach is to follow a distance-based design. So we're going to identify buffer areas of transport cost equivalence in which individuals should have been indifferent between moving to a refugee camp or moving to a city. Now, one important point that I will return to is that we focus on families that were together prior to the war. So the individuals then followed different trajectories during the war, and then they were all reunited in 1997, and therefore they're captured in the 1997 census as living together. Okay. So we identify over 120,000 households that were separated during the war. Each household has different combinations of non-movers in urban and rural areas, movers to other rural and other urban areas. We even have over 14,000 households with a combination of 3 different displacement trajectories within the same family, and almost 1,000 households with a combination of 4 or more combinations. So when we conduct this within family analysis, very similar to what we found in the full census analysis that I showed earlier, a couple of slides ago, compared to non-movers, to rural non-movers, we find that individuals who are displaced into an urban area were more likely to complete at least 1 year of primary education by approximately 8 percentage points. So this represents a 44% increase over the non-mover mean. Displacement to other rural areas also correlates with increased schooling, but the estimate is less than half the size of the urban effect. I'm highlighting here the results in column 4 because these include family fixed effects and family fixed effects interacted with age group. If we restrict the sample to just twins, as we do in column 6, the results are again very similar. When we look at the urban born, again, those being forced out of the cities experience lower investments in education as a result. So very similar to what we found in with the full sample in the full census analysis. When we turn to our other outcome of interest, so occupational choice, again, these results continue to confirm the previous findings from the census, the full census. All groups are less likely to be employed in agriculture following displacement, and they're more likely to be employed in services, with again, the largest effect experienced by those moving from a rural area into an urban area. So, we also confirm in the sibling analysis, so the within family analysis, that the additional findings that I mentioned in the census analysis are also there. So we find a larger impact when people are moving into big cities. For those who stayed in their host localities, again, the effect is still positive for both stayers and returnees, but the effects are larger for the stayers. And again, reassuringly, we find that the larger occupational shifts occur for those who were acquiring an education. So Ralph, I'll assume that are there any questions that I should be addressing at this point?
Yes, there's actually a question by Alex Yarkin that he may ask himself. If you can unmute yourself.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks, Ralph, and thanks, Sandra. It's just more like a clarifying question. So I understand you compare against non-movers, and like especially in this sibling design, it gives you a very clear picture. But could it be interesting also to look at to compare integration into host communities and other outcomes, not between like IDPs and non-movers, but between IDPs and voluntary immigrants? First, as purely like, I'm just purely curious because it's like a major, policy discussion also, how like immigrants and refugees compare. Should we actually discriminate, like distinguish in how like the host community reacts to them, how they integrate it? And also maybe it can give you something on actually selection patterns. If you compare, you see, so yeah, it's just curious, yeah.
Exactly. No, that's a great question. Thanks a lot. I think it's a super important topic, and I'm trying to address that with some current RCTs that are in the field. And fortunately for this project that I'm describing now, we don't have the data necessary to do so because we're working with the census data. So it's very difficult for us to have any questions about, social integration, attitudes, and beliefs. Now, I'll try to return to this point when we look at long-term effects with a survey that we conducted in the city of Nampula. And perhaps that gets a little bit closer to what you're asking for. So is there convergence in terms of beliefs and social norms? And we do find evidence that that's the case for the IDPs. So when we get to that point, I'll highlight those results. But unfortunately, it's something that we cannot address with the census.
Yes. But generally, you have like, but you can identify basically voluntary movers as well, right? I guess.
We can look at migrant movers, so economic migrants who moved after the war, so from 95 to 97. We don't find much of an effect there in terms of differences in schooling decisions, also because we're looking at a very short period of time. So
thank you.
Unfortunately, we can't address that.
Okay, there's a second question by Jean-François.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the very nice presentation. I just have two questions. One is when you are using the within family variation, so you are dealing with selection into displacement between the household, the family, but to some extent, how do you deal with selection within family? So if I'm the household head, I will select one particular person. So it reminds me a bit the paper by Beagle, Derkon, and De Weert in Ristad on migration, where they were using within family variation, but then using some kind of instrumental variables to deal with selection within household. And then if I may, just a question of clarification, it was not totally clear to me how to deal with the selection of the places of destination, in the sense when we compare displaced people in big cities compared to others, Of course, those who are moving to cities, they have some particular skills, maybe some assets, maybe some networks. But I think you mentioned something, but I missed that.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes, two great questions as well. And I think the next couple of slides are going to speak to precisely the points that you raise. So I suppose one of them, perhaps this is less clear from your comments, but I think the second point we'll get to it. We were worried about the sampling bias. So even beyond just the internal validity, which we'll get to the second point of family reunification, we were worried about, are these split families in any way very different from the non-split families that we're observing? So just in terms of external validity and generalizing from our effects, is there something particular to these split families? Now, we don't have a host of variables to try to test this similarity on, but what we can look at, and the only characteristic that precedes the war, is a stock of human capital at the family level. So knowing the levels of grandparents' schooling, whether they spoke the colonial language, so Portuguese or not, and that might be a proxy for income and many other unobservables. And so when we compare these two sets of families, they're very similar, so we don't find significant differences between them on this important characteristic. Now, you raise another issue of selection, and I'll throw a couple more to the complexity of this analysis, which is the fact that you can have selection on the displacement itself, but that hopefully is exactly what we're trying to address when we include birth order fixed effects, when we include controls for gender, so whether you're firstborn or not, that's precisely the heterogeneity that we're trying to soak up with those controls. But I think you get a lot of changes that can occur due to displacement as well in just the configuration, the composition of the family, right? So from before and after the war. And so the way we try to address this is to first restrict our sample to individuals who are more likely to be cohabitating with their parents. So, because obviously when we look at people from 12 to 32, they're people who might not even show up in our sample in 1997 because they're not living with their original family. They've gone and started their new families. And so we restricted to 12 to 18 precisely to address that issue of cohabitation. And we find that the results are, again, very similar. And when we look at family composition, there are some changes. They're not very significant, but perhaps there are more cousins or more nieces who are living in a particular household. These are multi-generational households. You might have more grandchildren after the war who are now reported as being part of the household. And so to account for that, we include fixed effects to control for family composition after the war. Now, all the results that I showed up until now were restricted to siblings of the household head, so children of the household head. When we do this fixed effects to control for family composition, we look at the entire sample, including not just the children of the household head, but perhaps grandchildren, nieces, nephews, and so on. So we're kind of looking in just internalizing a lot of that selection that may have occurred by looking at the entire family. And again, the results are very consistent no matter how we cut the different samples. Now, the issue of selection with distance, I think, is the last point that you made, is precisely what we try to address with the buffer area analysis. So here, what we try to do is to identify localities in which both a big city and a refugee camp were equally accessible to an individual who was escaping the war. So to identify these areas, we calculate the effective distance between each locality and the 18 refugee camps in the neighboring countries, so Malawi, Zimbabwe, and South Africa, and then the nearest largest city. So it could be in the north, Nampula, in the center, Beira, or in the south, Maputo, using Dijkstra's algorithm. So in this algorithm, we also adjust for the quality of the road and railroad infrastructure, and quite importantly for the location of landmines, because these kind of severely constrained accessibility and movement during the war. And so from this, we can then identify what we call these buffer areas, which are areas of travel cost equivalence that include localities that are all within a quarter of a standard deviation of the effective distance between refugee camps and large cities. Okay. Now, our results are very similar when we intersect both approaches. So when we only consider within family variation, so siblings who are located in these buffer areas. And again, that's our attempt to get as close as possible to concerns with selection, that you might move to a city because you're living closer to the city. And so maybe you have you're positively selected already to begin with, given the location of your place of birth. So to better understand the mechanisms leading to our results, we looked at heterogeneous effects across individual, household, and locality characteristics. So we start by looking at individual characteristics, namely gender and whether the child moved with an older relative. So the top panel is for schooling effects. The bottom one is for probability of being engaged in agriculture. Again, we find that males are more likely to invest in education, slightly less likely to be employed in agriculture. Moving with an older relative does not seem to matter much for education, but it does have an effect if you're moving to an urban area. You're less likely to be engaged in agriculture. When we look at household level characteristics, we find stronger effects again of displacement on schooling for those who come from families with higher levels of human capital, but no difference across families that experienced loss during the war. Or perhaps there is a slight difference if the family had a deceased offspring, that you're less likely to be engaged in agriculture. When we look at the characteristics of the localities that people move to, again, we find that the strongest effects on schooling are for those who move to the largest towns and into the 3 big cities. So this would be these 2 columns here. And again, the flip side on the occupation of being less likely to be engaged in agriculture. So if there are any questions accumulating, or, okay, so then.
I think we're fine.
Excellent.
Can I ask a question? Sorry.
We're not. Okay, go ahead, please.
Sorry, because I couldn't find the option to raise my hand. Sorry, Sandra. No, thank you very much. Fascinating topic. Just a clarification on what exactly is the treatment, because one thing is moving away from the. So there is an effect of moving away, and then there is an effect of moving away from the conflict. And I think the conflict was also moving. I don't know enough about the setting. Was also moving. So around the country possibly. So some location may have been better as a choice to move to because the conflict didn't get there. And so I was trying to think what is exactly the treatment when we say the effect of displacement. What we're talking about is it moving away from the conflict? Is the 2 things together?
Of course. Yes, I think you're exactly right. That when we see this movement into urban areas leading to these results, I mean, it's a bundle of effects, right? So you're moving to places with perhaps better schools, with more, with thicker labor markets, more opportunities, and less conflicts. So an important characteristic of this particular setting is that, as I mentioned earlier, cities and towns were fairly protected from conflict. Now, it's not something that we can unpack, particularly the urban bundle. We can't, we just don't have the data available to do so. We tried to do it for the rural to rural movement, again, by collecting all these data from news cables, wires, secondary data, reporting incidents of conflict throughout the war following the ACLED methodology that we could document for all the different localities in rural Mozambique. But we don't find significant heterogeneity driven by that. So it's either because, as I mentioned earlier, that conflict was fairly widespread. There was a lot of uncertainty across the country, or perhaps that we're just not measuring it correctly. So that's something that I think would be fascinating for future research. But given the constraints that we have with observing only the census data, that we can't really unpack or unbundle these different effects. But it's a very good question. Great. So then I will move on to discuss what are the long-term effects of displacement. And so to get at this, we designed a survey that tried to identify differences between rural-born IDPs, so people who were born in rural areas but moved to a city during the war, and then to compare it to its urban cohort in terms of education, wages, attitudes, beliefs about social norms, and mental health. So we designed this survey in 2020. We implemented it in Nampula. So this is the third largest city in Mozambique. Its population, as I mentioned earlier, almost doubled during the war. We covered all the administrative city boroughs, and we restricted the survey to individuals who are older than 35 to ensure that, again, their primary schooling decisions had taken place during the war. And we stratified the sample into individuals who were born and raised in the city of Nampula, and so who were never displaced during the war, and individuals who were born in rural areas and who were displaced into Nampula during the war. Now, reassuringly, we find that the descriptive statistics in our survey are very similar to what we found in the census analysis. So we confirm that those who move to Nampula have similar levels of education relative to the non-mover city dwellers, so they'll converge in their investment in education. We also find that a higher share of movers believed, again, this is an ex-post rationalization, but that they believed at the time of the survey that some education had been critical for them to be able to find a job in Nampula during and after the war when compared to the non-movers. So our first result is comparing within family, again, comparing the respondent to his or her siblings in terms of investments in schooling. So we compare those who moved to Nampula to those who stayed behind in the countryside in rural areas. And we find that the movers are associated with a much higher probability of investing in education. We then also see that the movers invest just as much in education as its urban cohort. So we have here even including interactions with gender, that the effects are all insignificant and relatively small. So they tend to converge to the same levels of education as the urban cohort. But then to better understand the full extent to which displacement can affect socioeconomic outcomes and try to get a bit more at these interesting questions that were just asked, we examined whether those who were displaced were able to socially and economically integrate into the city of Nampula. So for economic integration, what we observe is that despite having similar levels of education, so the results that I just showed, movers actually report on average lower levels of wages. And this goes for both female and male, relative to a non-mover male who was born and raised in the city and who wasn't displaced during the war. So again, this suggests that economic integration, at least as measured by wage convergence with locals, is only partial. We then investigate whether IDPs manage to integrate into the city socially, comparing results, responses to questions about social norms, about trust, about work ethics and social capital, again, comparing the movers to those who were born in the city and not displaced. What we find across the board using these kind of standard measures is that movers report very similar attitudes and beliefs about social norms relative to non-movers. So this suggests to some extent social integration. But the results are very different when we explore the potential long-term psychological effect of displacement through questions about mental health, about community trust and optimism. So for mental health, we rely on the standard and validated measures of screening for clinical depression. So this is commonly known as the PHQ-9 module. And with that, we find that there's a considerable mental health gap between individuals who were displaced during the war and those who were born in the city and never displaced. So again, this is part of the bundle of displacement, of the experience of displacement and the impact that it can have. IDPs also have a smaller level of trust in their communities when compared to non-movers, and they're also less optimistic about future economic mobility, with an indicator that is capturing whether respondents believe that their children will be richer than they are today. Now, to build on this point, I have some additional evidence from an ongoing RCT that I have in the field together with Teresa Beltramo from UNHCR. Again, this work is also in northern Mozambique, and it looks on the relationship between forced displacement and mental health. So the figures that I have here are comparing the mental health of refugees. So now not the IDPs from the previous graph, but now we're kind of expanding it to look at refugees who are from the DRC, Burundi, and Rwanda, who are living in a refugee camp, and then comparing the mental health of those individuals relative to the Mozambican host communities who live in the surrounding areas of the camp in 2020. Now, again, despite the fact that we observe that refugees have objectively higher levels of education, they have more assets, they have higher income, they score very poorly when it comes to questions about mental health. So here we see that in a sample of 600 refugees and host community members, that 81% of refugees responded to our survey that more than half the days, several days, or nearly every day in the past 2 weeks, they had very little interest in doing things. A second important question, again, this is part of the PHQ-9 module that I just mentioned, and here I just have a snapshot into some of these questions. They also reported feeling down or feeling hopeless much more frequently than the host communities. And finally, they also reported substantially more difficulties in concentrating and having trouble sleeping, which again might be an important constraint on their productivity. It can affect both social and economic integration. So I think with this evidence, again, coming from a different setting, now looking at refugees and not just IDPs, just reinforces this point that displacement can have medium to long-term implications on mental health that are, again, potentially critical to determine productivity and economic integration. And this is an area where I think we're going to see a lot more work in the future to try to understand the extent of the problem, how it can be addressed, and how it can affect social and economic integration. So to sum up, when thinking about forced displacement, I think that hopefully the main contributions of this work is to show that different displacement trajectories do matter. So there is a large and systematic variation in schooling and in employment outcomes, depending on where people go during the war. Where you go to matters, but so do family and individual characteristics. So place matters, but again, family and individual characteristics may also play an important role. Ultimately, forced displacement can represent an important mobility shock that can have an upside. So it can trigger higher investments in education. It can trigger significant occupational shifts, which again, in future work, we might be able to address how that could affect structural transformation and the aggregates when we look at the place level effects as well. So what this would suggest or encourage is the design of improved strategies to try to better manage and leverage these displacement flows during conflict, trying to channel displaced individuals into urban environments, perhaps, where they can have more economic opportunities and potentially move away from the refugee camp model. But our work also importantly suggests that forced displacement can have hidden costs that can still lower long-term earnings and have a negative impact on long-term mental health. So any strategy that attempts to kind of address these mental health concerns could then maximize these potential benefits associated with managing conflict-induced forced displacement. Great, well, thank you so much. And with that, maybe we still have a bit of time for questions.
Absolutely, thank you very much. That was super fascinating. First question by Alice, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much for this very, very interesting paper. I have a question about, I think, one dimension of displacement, which you probably, you will investigate, but I haven't seen that so far in your current work, is the fact that people may be displaced individually, or they may be displaced with lots of their people of their own community, and arguably this affects very differently the cost and the benefits of displacement, and perhaps differently if you look at the outcomes in the short run and in the long run. So I was wondering whether you can investigate as well this possible dimension of heterogeneous effects, and or if you already looked at it, because in different contexts, for example, in China, where I've done a bit of work with a PhD student, this really matters. And in particular, if you look at mental health outcomes and economic outcomes, you might find different effects along this dimension.
Right, so this is a fascinating point. It's a very important question. What I can say that we can do in this case is we've tried to look at, does it matter? Does it make a difference either to the non-mover or to the mover, whether the mover goes with a parent versus, so a mother or a father, a grandfather versus a grandmother. So we've looked at all possible combinations, and we didn't detect any significant patterns. And we were a bit puzzled because we were expecting that if you move with a father or with a mother, perhaps that could be associated with more investments in schooling, and then with these occupational shifts. In this survey, we tried to dig a bit deeper into this question, given that we can. And when we asked individuals, so did you move with a parent, or who advised you to get an education and to invest in schooling when you moved to the city? And invariably what people would say is that we stayed with aunts and uncles or cousins, so extended relatives, and they were the ones who kind of encouraged us to get an education. So in fact, it seems like it's the reverse of what our prior was initially, is that this displacement and moving into the cities kind of broke this cycle of underinvestment in human capital or in schooling, which tends to, again, occur mostly within the nuclear family. So parents, if they didn't get an education, they're not going to invest in the schooling of their children either. But when you have this break, individuals who are displaced into the city and were with the extended family, that tended to be associated with higher investments in schooling. So that's the extent to what we can see in the data. In the survey, we also asked, were you part of a broader community of people who came from your locality of birth, to see if that had any impact in helping them get jobs or, again, influencing schooling decisions. But again, nothing came through in that evidence. It seemed to be really just the extended relatives who advised them on how to invest in education.
Okay, about I was thinking very much about the community. If you live in a displaced area with many people of the same community, it might help, or it might slow down your integration and economic assimilation. So I thought that perhaps even not with your survey data, but with the census data, you could look at, the concentration of people from the own community in the arrival place. And
yeah, so
of course the family is important, but the community I thought would be super important as well.
That's right. Perhaps a bit less so in the cities than in other rural areas, but so far we haven't been able to find any heterogeneity. I mean, in terms of the main analysis, that's kind of captured by the locality of birth fixed effects already. But even when we look at heterogeneity, we don't seem to pick up much yet. So it's something that we can look deeper into. I agree that it's a fascinating question, but we just don't have a lot of evidence suggesting that it was an important mechanism in this case.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. There's another question by Thomas. Please go ahead.
Hi, thanks, Ralph, and thanks, Sandra, for this fascinating, really interesting presentation. I had two quick questions. So the first around, do you know in either one of your data sources about the age at displacement to think about the intensive margin?
No, that's something that we would love to be able to do, but as you saw, we kind of have a very coarse way of identifying the displacement trajectory. So we know when people were born, we know where they were right before the war ended, and then where they are in 1997. But we can't really observe anything that happened in the interim.
But also in your primary data, you don't have that either?
So the time, we do have when they moved, yes, in the primary data.
So it might be interesting to look at that intensive margin of how long they've spent, especially if you can map that back to ACLED and like conflict events that have kind of induced that different timing of displacement might be interesting.
That's right. That's a good point. So we haven't done it with the conflict. We've used it in the survey data analysis. So we've seen, depending on how long you've been in the city, does that affect any of the outcomes that we looked at, from mental health to economic integration, wages, and so on. And there we didn't find much of an effect, but we haven't looked at conflicts. So that might help us identify spikes in conflict, in fact, when we see people moving in a particular period. So that's a good suggestion.
Cool. My second question was on how you interpret this as kind of moving away from the refugee camp model. So I'm thinking like the camp, and as far as I understand it, you said there weren't many differences when they've moved outside of the country between people who actually went to camps and went to urban areas in those countries. And so I'm thinking that camp kind of bundles all of the things that involve living in a foreign country. So not having the right to work, maybe not speaking the language and things like that. So thinking about whether that really identifies the refugee camp versus urban margin or just the external versus internal margin. So I'm looking at in a different context, looking at Syrians in Jordan, within Jordan, and finding some different results that don't kind of, in a more modern context, argue that the camp model is not maybe as bad as people think currently. So not that it's great by any stretch, but just kind of interesting to compare and contrast here across different contexts. So interested in your take.
That's right. That's right. So we, as you rightly say, so we have a lot of heterogeneity depending on which country people went to, right? So there are countries where there were refugee camps, there are countries where there were none, and then there are countries that are kind of a mix. So when we break it down by country, again, as you say, there are many other things that are happening, obviously. So this is not a clean test of refugee camp against just being in an informal settlement or in a town somewhere in a foreign country. But the results, what they show is that there isn't a significant difference. So it's not because you're outside of the camp that now you're going to invest more in education. A couple of points. I mean, when we started this research, we started by interviewing the directors, the UNHCR directors of the camps at the time. And invariably their position or their recollection was that, well, the camps were far better than any type of rural setting you can imagine in Mozambique at the time. So these were safe areas. These were areas where they had functioning schools, they had healthcare centers, and so on. So there was very much that understanding, which I think is still pervasive even today in the humanitarian aid industry, that this is a place, a safe haven that you can provide to people. Now, what we observe in the data is clearly that despite having schools, that people are not investing more in schooling when they are in these camps. So even for the countries where there are only refugee camps and very few people ended up in informal settlements, we don't seem to find that effect. And I think, again, it's not because of school availability, it's about incentives. In fact, if I can just quickly zoom back to one of the slides, here, when we look at household characteristics, so what I found very interesting, again, this is a very small sample of just 6,000 individuals, but when we look at the externally displaced, we actually find a significant increase in the probability of schooling, okay, comparable even to the rural movers, for individuals who come from families with a higher stock of human capital. So again, what this suggests is that it's not so much that schools didn't exist in these camps or in these informal settlements, is that people just didn't have the incentive to do so, because for this subset of individuals at least who are positively selected and because of family characteristics, they did manage to invest more in education. So I think it's really all about incentives, and perhaps the setting that you're looking at now, which I would love to hear more about, people have different prospects, have different ideas about when they're going to leave the camp. Maybe there's more economic activity happening in these camps as well. There are more employment opportunities. There are more schemes to kind of match them to jobs outside of the camp. So things might be very different in different settings. And particularly the sub-Saharan Africa camp model is very different from the Middle Eastern one as well. So.
Okay, thank you. One final question by Jean-François, please.
Thank you. I do it quick. Just from anecdotal evidence, so I met some refugees. They were talking about a lot about multiple displacement, right? So that what was very costly is to move several times. And so I was wondering, in your displacement trajectories, whether you can capture that and whether you can actually exploit the closing of camps, because some of these refugees, they are forced to move to other camps. And one of the consequences of closing camps is they close also all the services, for example, education services, to give the incentive to refugees to return. So I was wondering whether you could look at this.
Yes, that's a great point, and it would be great to study that in future research. In our case, all the camps closed at the same time. So at the end of the war, what kind of helps us as well in understanding the externally displaced group is that UNHCR put together an unprecedented repatriation scheme in 1992-93 at the end of the war. 1 year later, it had already moved back to repatriated to Mozambique over 2 million refugees. So it was very quick. They all closed the camps at the same time and they tried to move everyone back. There might have been some exceptions, but on average, most people who had been displaced during the war came back to Mozambique at the same time. Now, it's still possible, as you rightly say, that there were multiple displacements, particularly people moving from rural to rural and then from rural to urban. Unfortunately, we can't pick that up. So all we have is kind of the aggregate that we know that by the end of the war, this is where people were. So we just assume that they've been there all along, or at least it's something that we cannot speak to. But I think that would be a great kind of research agenda for the future, to think about these multiple displacements, which I think is obviously an important feature of this problem.
Fantastic. Sandra, thank you so much for a fascinating keynote. Everybody really enjoyed it. This is the part of virtual presentations that I dread the most, because there's no proper way to applaud or say thank you. But in the chat and also on my email, people were really saying that they really enjoyed it a lot. So thank you very much. And there will now be a 10-minute break. Thanks, Sandra.
Thank you.
And we'll start in 6 minutes with the next session.
Hello. So,
Hi, Kostas.
yes, hello guys, how are you? So shall we start? We're ready, no?
Yeah, maybe let me share my screen.
So, yeah, you can start sharing your screen. I can just introduce the session and then we'll start. All right, so thanks everyone for being with us here till the end on the last session of the second day. So it's the only thing that separates us from doing whatever we want to do over the weekend. So we have a very interesting panel with 3 papers that are talking about refugees and refugee displacement, and in 3 different contexts. One is historical and the decision to migrate. And so one is the historical context of Nazi Germany and the history of Jews in Germany and the out-migration during that period. The second is again locally the same area, Germany, but it's contemporary Germany. So the first paper is paper by Seychun and co-authors. The second paper is by Sulin and her co-authors, and we stay again in Germany, but we study contemporary Germany. And finally, we move to an area which is like under heavy pressure of refugee flows historically, the Middle East, and in particular Jordan. And there we have the third paper where basically Stefano and his co-authors, his extended team of co-authors, are studying, and they have a targeted field experiment on job assistance in refugees in Jordan. So this is basically the grid, and let's start. So we have 3 excellent discussants, Vicky, Sandra, and Moritz, and so 20 minutes presentation, no interruptions unless like something, I mean, the speaker wants interruptions, is fine, but let's try to give them some time to build up the paper. And then let's say 7-8 minutes for discussion, and the remaining 7-8 minutes for general talks, questions, Q&A, response, reflection of authors. All right, so let's start. And Seychun, 20 minutes, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Kostas. I want to start by thanking my colleagues for organizing this great workshop and giving me the chance to present my work, and Vicky for agreeing to discuss this paper. I know that it's a dense text at times, so thank you so much in advance. And I'll try to respect the time, but I might go slightly over time. Let me start with that disclaimer. So
No, you're not allowed to go.
Well, okay. So this is a joint work with 2 of my former colleagues from University of Lausanne, Johannes Bugle and Matthias Tönig, and Thierry Meyer from Sciences Po. So as you know, conflict is a major driver of international migration. However, yet our understanding is limited regarding the decision to flee in a context of violence. So we don't have a clear understanding of how well integrated individuals factor in the threat to their personal security when they're taking the decision to flee their homes. And even though we know that migration restrictions play a role, we don't know to what extent they do. So there are field empirical work on these questions, because to be able to study these questions, we need to have an idea of both the refugee population and the people who stay behind. So violence prevents data collection usually, and makes it much more challenging to study these questions. Yet these are really policy relevant questions. For example, with the current Syrian refugee crisis, there's a backlash of public opinion against refugees. So just to set the tone about this backlash, so if you look at opinion poll from the US that was taken in November 2015, only 28% of the population agreed to proceed with a plan to settle 10,000 refugees without any religious screening. And you can think that this is like, at a time when Trump was coming to power, and local conditions at the time, or like, global conditions led to this well of percent of agreeing. If you look at like, the situation at the time of Jewish persecution during the Second World War, it was still the case. So if we look at a population, the opinion poll from January 1939, which was taken a few months after the Kristallnacht, the famous November pogroms of 1938. At that point, too, only about 30% of the population in the US was agreeing to settle 10,000 refugee children. So what we are going to do in this paper is take a historical perspective to study migration decisions in a context of violence. And we will do it by focusing on the case of persecution and migration of Jews from Nazi Germany. So what we are going to do in this paper is that we start by building a model of random utility of migration model takes into account network externalities in a violent context. And then we are going to use structural estimation to estimate key parameters. Then we are going to perform some counterfactual policy scenarios to qualify how migration restrictions in destination countries affected the fate of German Jews. And we are able to do this by exploiting a novel and unique individual level data set that traces persecution and migration of the German Jewish community after 1933. So let me give you a very brief summary of our findings. We will document that social networks played an important role in migration decisions, and we quantify different effects. So the first effect we quantify is what we call a threat effect. So what we are going to show is that persecution of peers increases the likelihood of immigration. And then we are going to disentangle two different type of migration spillovers. So what are these? One of them is a very well-known and documented effect in the literature. It's the diaspora effect. Expanding networks in destination countries serves as a pull factor and increases the migration likelihood to those countries. On the other hand, if you think of a mass immigration context, what we at the same time observe is shrinking networks, local networks in the country of origin. So what ends up happening is that as people's social networks shrink, there are less cultural amenities, less utility in staying in the home country, which serves again as a push factor. And we call this effect exodus effect. And then we are gonna perform several counterfactual policy scenarios and then show that there were large effects on total outmigration that is amplified by network externalities. So my goal in this paper is to reach the counterfactuals. In this presentation is to reach the counterfactuals and tell you how we take into account these dynamic spillovers. All right, I'll skip the contribution for now. And then let me directly jump into the context and the data. So in 1933, about 500,000 Jews were living in Germany. At that time, they were less than 1% of the German population. They were well assimilated and integrated into the German society. Yet, social relationships within the Jewish community were really important. So with the starting with the boycotts in the 1933s, after the Nazis came to power, there was an increasing level of exclusion of Jews from the German life. This increased level of violence culminated in the 1939 November pogroms, which resulted in violence against Jews across almost all Germany. Throughout this period, there was another way of persecuting of Jews, which was arbitrary detainment, which was termed in a very ephemeristic way as protective custody. So Jews were taken under custody to protect them from the rightful vengeance of the German population. So what this meant was imprisonment for days or weeks by the police without much proper reasoning, or in a more Kafkaesque way, let's put it that way. And then this detainment was largely idiosyncratic at the local level, but it was related to historical anti-Semitism measured by support for Nazi Party or medieval pogroms. Okay? So we are going to use this information on protective, taking under protective custody, this detainment as a level of personal persecution. So the data set that we use is known as the resident list that is provided to us by the German Federal Archives. So in this data set, we have individual information on 484,000 Jews in Germany. So for this population, we know their birthplace, birth date, birth year. And for a subset of this sample, we also have information on their migration, deportation, and detainment status. So this data has not been analyzed quantitatively before, and it has been collected over a 10-year period by the German Federal Archives after it was commissioned by the German government, initially to compensate for the insurance claims, then to have a scientifically sound and complete list of Jewish residents of Germany at the time. So it's a great data set, but it's not perfect. So there is limited information due to privacy, and the data was collected retrospectively, which means that at times data quality is not perfect. So we did our best to harmonize first names, place names, and all that sort to be able to build the community network measures that we employ. So let me give you a data example to set the scene a bit. So for example, in this data set, for those who are born before 1919, we have information on the first name and family names of individuals. We know their genders, the date of birth, birth city, last known place of residence, whether they emigrated, when they emigrated, where they emigrated, if they emigrated, if not, whether they were deported and when, and information on detainment. So what we are gonna do is we are gonna exploit information on the birth date and birth city of people to build a, to try to approximate their social networks. The idea being is that people who are born in the same time, let's say born in Vienna, if they're similar in terms of age, 5 years younger or older from one another, they are likely to have spent in the same time in school, same community through like an interactions in the synagogue and all, and they're likely to know each other. And once these people move to different resident cities, they can stay in touch and give each other information about whatever is happening in their local community or with themselves. And then the idea is like, we are going to compare, for example, Julius and Ruth, two people who are both living in Berlin, but depending on where they were born and their age group and where their friends settled in their course of life, these people are exposed to different levels of information about persecution levels and migration levels across Germany. Let me give you a few descriptive statistics before I talk about how we exactly construct our social networks. So in the something that is really interesting to observe in the data is that by October 1938, more than 70% of the entire Jewish population was already still living in Germany. And after the Kristallnacht, there was a big scramble for emigrating. And this is at the time when immigration restrictions and quotas became much more binding. And if you look at the detainment data, until the Kristallnacht, very small percent of the population was persecuted with these detainments. And this provides a very private individual level of signal about the level of threat before it became widely known in the population. So this is the type of variation that we are gonna exploit. And then just to give some broad information about the flows and a few interesting facts. So initially, Palestine was the top receiving country. After the Arab revolts, the UK government restricted the migration by some quotas, and after the state, USA became the top destination. Initially, Jews were fleeing to closer countries like France and Netherlands, but after the war, these countries stopped being one of the major destinations, because if you look at the data, half of the Jews that initially emigrated to Netherlands ended up in a concentration camp, and the number is 1/3 for France. So after the war starts, Jews start to emigrate more towards distant overseas countries. And something that stands out in this graph is Shanghai. Shanghai at that time had visa-free travel policy for people coming from Europe. And this was a place where Jews didn't face any migration restriction. And such a small place was one of the top destinations after the Kristallnacht and the war started. All right, so how do you think about social networks in this setting? So social relationships within the Jewish community were really important for the Jewish life at the time. And then there are extensive historical anecdotal accounts telling us that there were intensive discussions within the Jewish community about the extent of persecution and migration prospects. For example, people were talking about intention to migrate, where to migrate, and about persecution that people they know were witnessing. Okay? So what are the mechanisms that we think through which social networks mattered? So the first one is the threat effect. And we expect an individual to be more likely to emigrate if her peers were persecuted, because social network aggregates this private information about the local level of on the extent of persecution, hence making one to take the decision that it is time maybe to leave the country. And then on the other hand, there are migration spillovers. Migration of peers increases the incentives to migrate through two specific channels. The first one is the diaspora effect. Expanding network in a destination country serves as a pull factor for the remaining Jewish population to migrate to that country. And on the other hand, shrinking network in the origin country reduces the utility from staying in Germany through less amenities, potentially through statistical targeting. And if people were discussing about why they are migrating, it could also give information about their perception of the level of threat. So to give an example, Aaron fleeing to US not only increases the likelihood of his peers move to the US, but also to Palestine. So this is the two migration effects that we are going to try to disentangle. All right, so how do we build these networks? As I said, we build them based on birth city and age cohort. And given how the difficulties in estimating peer effects due to correlated effects, we focus on only distant peers. So the idea here is that we look at people who are born in the same place, around the same, who more or less have the same age, but who live in different cities. So the fact that your friends are living in different cities assures that your peers are exposed to different shocks and contexts and migration incentives than you are. Okay, just to visualize a bit the distribution in the data.
5 more minutes.
I won't be respect 5 minutes, Kostas. I'm sorry about this. So on the left, what we see is the distribution of Jewish communities in terms of birth cities, and on the right, we see the Jewish communities in terms of residence cities. All right. So there was quite a bit of variation in terms of mobility of Jews within Germany. And then what we see is that there was quite a bit of spatial variation in the local push and pull factors across these cities in terms of detainment and migration flows. So based on where your friends were located, you are exposed to, through your network, to different level of signals, even if you are living in the same country, same city as another person. So to begin with, we start with reduced form estimates. And here we ask the question, does the persecution and migration affects immigration? So to deal with a little bit of the reflection problem, what we do is we focus on migration decisions taken by peers up to year T. And then once we do that, what we find is that migration of network members and detainment of network members both increases one's chance of migrating. And then we ask the question, how does social learning take place in this context? Who updates beliefs more when observing new information on persecution? So we expect larger migration responses to the persecution of peers if this information comes as a surprise to an individual who feels relatively more safe and integrated. So people who have more Jewish, German-sounding names, for example, react more to information about the detainment of their peers. These are the people whose parents were potentially more assimilated and who had given more German-sounding names and who were feeling potentially more safe in when Nazis were threatening Jews. Okay, and then the effect is smaller if one was personally detained himself, and the effect is much more smaller after Kristallnacht. Okay, so let me skip on these a bit and give you the idea of the migration spillovers and how we think about them. So what we do is we build a random utility model of immigration that takes into account network spillovers, and we exploit the destination choice of individuals to be able to build a tier-based aggregation of pull factors in migration decision. So this is what we call inclusive utility, and this includes diaspora effect along with other dimensions, which I'm going to talk about in a minute. So controlling for inclusive utility and in the outmigration model allows us to disentangle diaspora effect from the exodus effect. Okay? And then after performing these equipped with structural parameters, we are gonna perform some counterfactual policies. Okay, just to give an idea a bit. So at each year, the population, individuals in the population try to maximize their utility by staying in Germany or migrating to a destination country. And then this utility has two components, an observed component and an unobserved component. And if you make the assumption that unobserved component follows a generalized extreme value distribution, then you can think about the decision, migration decision, as a nested discrete choice model. So in the first place, people decide to whether to stay in Germany or migrate. And then if they decide to migrate, they select the destination country. Okay. But in the first place, they decide to migrate or not based on the expected utility from migrating and freely selecting the potential destination choices. So how do we operationalize this in the regression setting? We are going to start with a gravity estimation for the lower level. And then based on this, we are going to predict inclusive utility, and we are going to control for this inclusive utility to disentangle two migration spillovers. This is the estimation equations eventually. So inclusive utility consists of diaspora and the migration frictions coming from gravity model, along with country-specific attractiveness that is time varying over time. So I'm gonna from here jump to counterfactuals, and I wanna give you the idea of how dynamic spillovers are modeled. So what we are gonna do, we are gonna modify the perception of persecution by changing the detainment parameter, or the cost of migration by changing the distance parameters, or attractiveness of countries by changing the fixed effects here with auxiliary regressions. And then what this allows us, for example, if we modify the structure of the migration restrictions, it's going to change the attractiveness of countries in a given year. This will lead to an increase in the utility from migrating out, which will lead to simultaneously an increase in the outflow of migrants, which is then gonna, in the next year, feed into the model through diaspora effect and a greater share of migrants from your peers, among your peers. So by estimating the parameters we see here, lambdas, beta, gamma, alphas, rhos, then what we can do, we can use a tool that we inherit from the trade literature called exact head algebra. And if you make the assumption, if you write the indirect utilities as a constant elasticity of substitution functions, then shares, initial shares you observe are sufficient statistics to perform counterfactuals. Let me skip this part completely for the sake of time. Maybe after Vicky's discussion, we can come back to these.
I mean, the time is literally up, but I will give you some time to give some results.
Yeah. So let me show you about
Fast, please.
Counterfactuals. So we consider 5 different scenarios. 2 of them are about the closing and opening of borders. The third one is about removing work restrictions. Something that is interesting about the setting is that at that time, people were not thinking of refugees as refugees, and they were more considered as if they were like an economic migrant. So there was work restrictions for people to get a visa, so on and so forth. So, and then another scenario that we consider as like subsidizing the overseas transport tickets by, let's say, 50%, and whether people had a better perception of the threat by imagining that they had observed persecution post-Kristallnacht earlier. Okay, and if we look at this, what we see is that the increase from having a higher perception of threat played a smaller impact than policies, and the things that mattered the most was, for example, unilateral opening of US borders in a single year, or removing work restrictions, or giving travel subsidies to refugees. Yeah, let me conclude here. So what we find in this paper is that networks matter for fleeing decisions that refugees take. Refugees share information about persecution within their networks. And our counterfactual policy scenarios shows large effects that are amplified due to network externalities over time. And let me conclude here, and I look forward to Vicky's comments.
Sehun, thanks, and sorry for being pushy with the time, but yeah, it's a great, huge paper. So, right. Vicky, thanks a lot for taking the time so early, California, and we're all ears to hear your comments.
It's okay. It's 8:30. Let me share my screen.
7-8 minutes, yeah, something like that. Just
okay, I'll try. So thank you very much for inviting me to discuss this paper. I really enjoyed reading it, even though, as Sehun already said, it is difficult for the discussant. It has like a really thick structural part. I did my best. So let me start by saying why I think it is important. It addresses a really important question, which is when and why do people flee a situation of conflict and violence? And that's something we want to know the answer to, especially today, in a period of very heightened forced migration flows. It's hard to get the answer to that because usually we don't have the data that we need. So this paper provides this. But I think it also addresses a really important historical question that has come up, and actually I myself have had, which is, in hindsight and knowing that the Holocaust happened, why didn't Jews leave Germany earlier, right? So this is a question that we may have. So in the interest of time, I'll skip the summary here of the insights of the paper on the effects of social networks on migration decisions, and just say that one thing that comes out of the paper that answers this question is that networks act as a multiplier. So any factor that increases or decreases the probability of migration at the individual level, it's just going to be magnified through the network effect. So if there was anything that was stopping the Jews from moving out of Germany during that time, the effect of that would have been much larger than it would have been in the absence of social networks. And I think this is an important insight. So, I can't praise the data enough. It's really rich microdata, never used before. It allows for a thorough examination of this question, and it was really impressive. I think a big contribution. So I'll have just 3 comments, 2 of them focused on the more reduced form part of the analysis, 1 of them on the structural and counterfactuals. The first one is kind of a bigger point on identifying network effects, which obviously the authors are aware of, which has to do, both with the migration effect, diaspora exodus bundled together, and the perception of threat effect. In order to interpret these effects as effects of the network on my own migration decision, so the detainment of the network or the migration decisions of the network, we have to be really sure that, it isn't anything that is happening to my network that, because of my similarity to this network is also happening to me and independently affecting my migration decisions. So this is the big problem. Here, the network is defined as people who are from the same birthplace in the same age group. And so, clearly, even if we look at people who are distant peers who don't live in the same city, people from the same age group and same birthplace are similar in many ways, which affects whether they might be threatened or decide to migrate. They might be in the similar occupations, have a similar socioeconomic status, and be in kind of a similar career stage because of the age effect, or have a similar strength of identity and be equally visible in a community because of the age effect. So, that's hard to address, and the authors do a lot of things in the paper. One thing in the reduced form part that, unless I missed it, didn't seem to be done yet, but it's like low-hanging fruit, is to exploit more the granularity of the data to include more fixed effects. So now residence by year fixed effects are controlled for. Birthplace by year seems to be the clustering level, but it wasn't controlled for, if I understood correctly. Even more importantly, I think it is to control for the age group, and in particular, the interaction of age group and year, age group residence and year, allowing you sort of to make this comparison between people who live in the same place, are in the same age group, but differ in their networks. So I guess you cannot control for age, residence, birthplace, because that's the level of the variation, but the rest of the fixed effects could possibly be included in there. The second point has to do with learning about threat. And I really like this analysis, which is a set of heterogeneous effects. The idea is that if we're getting information from the network, this should have more of an effect for people who had less information to begin with, so they should update more. So looking, for example, at people who have more Jewish names, those are people who were likely, already standing out before, maybe targeted before, so they are aware of the threat, so they respond less. Or people who themselves were detained before, are aware at the personal level of the threat, so they respond less. One issue with this is that for at least some of these characteristics, the proxy of baseline information is also proxy for migration costs. So if you have a very Jewish name, it seems to be the case that you're also poorer, so your migration costs are higher. So it's just an individual level factor that prevents you from migrating. If you've been detained before, but we observe you still to not have left and be in the data, this means you probably have high migration costs. That could be true also for factors at the town level, like a large Jewish community, maybe more of an incentive to stay. So one thing that I was thinking about, it's not that this invalidates this analysis. I think it adds value, but strengthening this in various ways would be interesting. Perhaps a different approach is, instead of looking at the updating effect, so the baseline information heterogeneity, is to look at the strength of information channel. So potentially, if you restrict the comparison to people who live in the same place and are in the same age group, but some of those are internal movers, and some of those have been born and raised in the city, potentially for the latter, the information effect would be stronger, because if you think about news reaching you about your classmate from high school, if you're embedded in a network of high school friends in the city where you grew up, you have many more links through which the information can reach you. So maybe there's additional heterogeneity analysis that can be done there. And then the final point I would raise has to do with the structural model and the counterfactuals. Just to emphasize again why this is important, and it complements the rest of the analysis, is first of all because it allows us to distinguish these two effects, which is exodus versus diaspora. So the network shrinks, you have an incentive to leave and go anywhere. The network grows in a location, you have an incentive to go to that location as a pull factor. And it also allows us to do this counterfactual tests, which is vary different factors or different policies and see how this affects, through the network externalities, migration. And this is very important because it tells us not only that different things matter, but exactly how much they matter. It's a quantitative exercise. One thing that I found really interesting in this exercise, for example, is the conclusion that the Jews, the misperception of threat wasn't as important a factor in the Jews staying in Germany and not leaving as much as, for example, immigration restrictions in other countries. So that seemed to me quite novel and something, that we really don't know, and this paper tells us. And so I was wondering there, without being an expert on structural estimation of trade models, of whether, how sure we can really be in a model like this that we can disentangle the various effects, which seems important for making these statements about magnitudes. For instance, it seemed to me that, we're capturing now the threat component through this detainment measure that we have, but clearly this isn't the only source of information that people have about threat. And because it comes from different sources, some of it is also embedded in what is now the exodus part, namely, how many people have migrated from your network in the past also gives you a signal about threat. So are these two things really easy to disentangle completely? And similarly, the detainment rate of the network today affects migration decisions today, which to some extent is like a contemporaneous exodus effect that's not captured by the exodus part that is like up to time t. So I don't know if this matters. Maybe it matters, maybe it doesn't change the results, maybe it even amplifies the differences rather than shrinking them, but it seems to me important to discuss. So I'll leave it at that by saying again that this paper is really rich. It sheds light on a major historical episode, but also it sharpens our understanding of a very important issue today. For instance, the paper tells us that when Angela Merkel opened the border to refugees from Syria, we saw outflows from Syria, not just to Germany, but to everywhere else, right? And so that's, I think, insightful. It's like when you think about it, it makes intuitive sense, but maybe without, you know, a setup and a model like this, you wouldn't have thought about that. And so I think that's something that the paper contributes. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to read and comment on it.
Vicky, thanks so much for the insightful and very, very sharp summary and discussion of the paper. And so you really did great justice to such a dense and technical material. So it was really good. And thanks for giving the time. So we're out of time, but if someone has one question, we can really entertain it just to give people, if the people want to ask something, because I mean, does this mean that we can just regain our time and go back on track? I see as such. So, all right, good, excellent. Now, next in line is the paper by Sulin and her co-author. So we're staying in Germany, but we're studying the contemporaneous threat effect and the refugee situation in Germany. So 20 minutes as the previous presenter, and then questions in the chat or later. Sulin, you can share your screen.
Okay, thank you very much for the invitation and giving me the opportunity to present this work that is joined with Philip Jaschke from IAB and Marco Tabellini at the Harvard Business School. We've heard a few great introductions about the importance of forced displacement today, so I'm not going to spend much time on this, but just to show you the magnitudes in the German context. Those are the monthly asylum applications to Germany. And we see a stark increase starting in 2013 and really taking off in 2015 with the refugee influx, and a stark decline after the EU has entered the EU-Turkey deal that prohibited refugees from crossing the Mediterranean. Alongside this rise in asylum seekers in Germany, there's also been a rise in the support for right-wing and anti-immigration parties. There's a big concern, not only by these right-wing populists, that refugees aren't able or willing to culturally and economically assimilate. And typically, when we talk about the determinants of assimilation, we focus a lot on the refugees themselves and their effort and their ability, thinking about their levels of religiosity, their education, their language skills, etc. And what this paper tries to do is to switch this perspective a little bit and say, what is the role of locals in determining the assimilation path of refugees? And that's the question that we're trying to answer, focusing specifically on the threat dimension of cultural assimilation and economic assimilation. So I'm going to be brief on the related literature, which you all know very well, and focus more on the work that is associated with threat and assimilation. So the literature on that tries to answer the question of how threat impacts assimilation effort and assimilation success. And those two things are hard to disentangle, right? So assimilation effort is sort of the input factor on the refugee side, so one-sided effect, whereas assimilation success is sort of an equilibrium outcome. And there is ambiguous results on this, including Vicky's work and my co-author Marco's work on the effect of threat on assimilation effort. Typically, effort is measured in the historical context in naming patterns of children of immigrants, but also in naturalization rates and intermarriage rates. We'll have to think about whether these measures truly reflect a one-sided effort, whether they're an equilibrium outcome. But so far, we've been thinking about those as this one-sided input factor. And this literature finds both. So there's on the one hand this backlash effect, which leads to a retrieval to culture in the presence of threat. But on the other hand, there's also this increased assimilation pressure through threat, where people have to signal their allegiance to the national culture by naming their children a certain way, for instance. Then more commonly, there are a few papers, including Shevat's paper on initial conditions, including right-wing ideology on successful assimilation. So some sort of equilibrium outcome that is typically measured in terms of labor market access or opportunities, educational opportunities, and so on. So what we try to do in this work is to look at the effect of threat on the assimilation path of refugees in the German context. And what we try to exploit is the quasi-random assignment of refugees to regions with different levels of threat. We construct a threat index that is composed of different vote shares for right-wing parties and hate crimes against refugees. We use an intent to treat approach and can exploit a rich data set with varying individual controls and multidimensional fixed effects. And we spend quite a bit of time to rule out ex-ante selection on the side of local authorities and ex-post sorting on the side of refugees. And what we're also trying to do is, within the same context and in the short run, to disentangle assimilation effort from assimilation success. So again, we think of assimilation effort as this one-sided input factor, and we measure that as the signaling of cultural proximity to natives in the same region. Yeah. So the requirement for a good measure of assimilation effort is that it is relevant for assimilation success, but at the same time less dependent on the cooperation of locals. And I will show you some evidence later that we really think that this is the case. And then we joined the literature in determining assimilation success as the labor market access and the wages of refugees. We use survey data from a large set, representative sample of refugees in Germany that arrived between 2013 and 16 and were interviewed between 16 and 18. We have multidimensional questions on labor market status, attitudinal questions, and so on. And the great thing about this is that we can match this with local cultural preferences of 34,000 private households, and the large sample allows us to really exploit regional heterogeneity within the same destination country. And then we have a battery of other control and mediating variables that we collect from various sources. So let me be a bit more specific about how we measure assimilation effort. I said it was conceptualized as sort of a signal of cultural similarity to locals. And what we do is we measure the convergence in stated preferences to locals who live in the same NUTS2 region. So this effort can really translate into actual beliefs, but it can also just be a signaling tool. And following some of my previous work and work from other co-authors on sort of cultural convergence, we use the Euclidean Cultural Similarity Index. We use all overlapping questions that we have for refugees and locals, and we measure the preferences of locals at baseline to really anchor their preferences. So just so that you have an idea of the variation, this is sort of the 38 NUTS2 regions in Germany and the refugees' average cultural similarity. And if we look at the changes in cultural similarity across arrival cohorts, we see that there's a large increase in this cultural similarity index over time. Assimilation success, very straightforward, having a job at the time of the interview and the log wage at the time of the interview. How do we measure threat? We use the first principal component index of 3 variables: the vote for the right-wing party in 2017, an extremist party in 2013, and hate crimes against refugees in 2014 and 15. And we also are in the process of including some more historical measures and programs at the local level to have a more extensive data set that we can exploit for the index. So what are we trying to do? Well, we try to explain different outcomes. So cultural similarity as an effort outcome and labor market status of refugees as a successful outcome, and explain that with the month since arrival to Germany. We also interact that with the threat levels at the local level. And we have a vector of individual level controls, the typical ones, and we take baseline district level controls and interact them with time dummies to account for changes in district level characteristics. We have district, survey year, and questionnaire composition fixed effects. There are a few threats to being able to interpret this estimation as causal, namely that the duration of stay and the duration interacted with threat is increasing assimilation through other than just exposure to local culture. And that could be ex ante selection. So the authorities could have changed allocation regime over time, and it could also be ex post sorting and selective outmigration by refugees over time. And we try to address all of these concerns in various ways. So what we do first is we check whether the probability of assignment to certain regions has changed over time, and we use pre-entry characteristics of refugees to see whether there has been sort of a systematic change in the allocation policies to rural and urban areas, to low and high unemployment areas, but also very importantly, to check whether there has been a change in the allocation to threat regions over time. And overall, we do not find any evidence of a regime change. And then we just make sure that there's no change in the overall composition of refugees over time. So we introduce year of arrival fixed effects, really identifying off of the 12-month window. And we check whether initial cultural similarity changed over time. So what we do is, because we don't have attitudinal data before the arrival, we basically take the early arrival cohorts in the first 9 months of their arrival and see whether this initial cultural similarity changed over time. And again, we do not think that our results are driven by changes in allocation policies over time. Sorting on the side of refugees, we have one easy fix that we use, which is basically thinking of all of this as an intent to treat approach. So we have the region of assignment and we have the region of residence, and we basically treat the refugee as if she were still living in the region of assignment. What we also do is, there was a policy reform in 2016, the so-called Integration Act, which prohibited a subset of refugees to move across district borders. And what we do is we repeat this analysis for the subsample of refugees that weren't allowed to move, and the results hold. And since we have the place of assignment versus the place of residence, we can really just look directly at the differences in outcomes for movers. For instance, here we just create a dummy for whether the refugee has moved or not, and look at the different kinds of outcomes, and we don't see a significant difference for stayers and movers, which might be an interesting result in and of itself. And then again, very specifically to the threat region, we check whether the likelihood of moving out of a threat region is higher than moving out of another region, and we don't find significantly different results. So we conclude that we can be assuaged that ex post selection is driving our results. So let me first show you the baseline effect. So this is without threat, just looking at the assimilation path of refugees using the Euclidean Cultural Similarity Index over time. And as you can see in our preferred specification, column 7, we have a strong effect of months since arrival on cultural similarity. And if we look at successful assimilation, both in terms of the likelihood of employment and the log wage at the time of interview, we also find a positive effect. So how can we interpret the magnitudes of this? Well, what we basically do for cultural similarities, we look at the average cultural similarity between refugees and locals, and the average cultural similarity among locals. And then we see how much time does it take for refugees to become as similar as locals are amongst one another. And we find that refugees close this cultural gap by 5% every year. And they actually increase their probability of employment by 50% every year relative to the sample mean. So how does threat play into this? Let me first give you a little bit of a contextual or a conceptual framework to think about this question. So let us simply assume that refugees can invest in costly assimilation effort with a convex cost function in each period, and they can accumulate this asset over time. In each period with a certain probability that depends on their cumulative asset, for instance, their language skill, which they have invested in, they will be able to successfully assimilate, so in this case, enter the labor market and earn a higher wage than they would otherwise. You can also think about this as having access to social opportunities, which increases your returns. And what they do is they simply trade off the cost of investing in effort and the relative returns to successful assimilation. So what determines successful assimilation? Well, basically locals set a minimum level of cultural similarity for locals for them to be able to access the labor market. So they say you need to have a minimum level of language skills, you have to have a minimum level of cultural understanding for us to be able to hire you. And the only difference between high and low threat environments is that in threat regions, locals have a higher disutility from interacting with people that are culturally different from them, and therefore require refugees to accumulate a higher level of cultural similarity before they allow them to enter the labor market. And what refugees, say again?
5 more minutes.
All right. And what refugees then do is basically to adjust their optimal assimilation path based on this threshold level that they observe when they enter the labor market. So this is just a visual representation of this idea. So the blue line is the optimal assimilation path of a refugee in a low threat environment. The threshold in a low threat environment is C prime. They would enter the labor market at T star. If they were moved to a high threat environment, they would observe that their actual point in time when they will successfully assimilate would substantially be deferred. So they adjust their assimilation effort, especially in the beginning, to be able to enter the labor market. However, successful assimilation still happens at a later point in time. So what do we have? Threat environments increase assimilation effort, especially in the beginning, and threat environments decrease assimilation success. We extend the conceptual framework by integrating the role of networks in this context. Larger networks would decrease assimilation effort and have an ambiguous result on success depending on the relative quality of immigrant network jobs versus local jobs. So what do we find? I'm showing you the linear specification and the polynomial specification to really show you the non-linearities in the investment decision into assimilation effort. And what we find for the first principal component of the threat index is that refugees increase assimilation effort, especially in the beginning of their stay in Germany within the first 12 to 18 months. How does that impact the employment and the wage at the time of interview? If anything, the threat environment decreases the likelihood of employment given the same months they have resided in Germany. So again, how do we put these numbers into context? Well, if we were to move a refugee from the 25th percentile of the threat distribution to the 75th percentile, they increase their effort by 50%, so large in magnitude. And despite this higher effort, the employment growth for refugees is slower in more hostile areas. We run a number of robustness checks accounting for economic factors that may be correlated with threat. We use different statistical measures for cultural similarity. We make sure that our results are not driven by survey attrition in threat environments or survey attrition based on cultural similarity. And just to get back to the point in the beginning before I conclude, is this effort really signaling our cultural convergence, or can we really be sure that the signaling isn't really dependent on the cooperation of locals? So what we do is we find that there's a discontinuity in the effort once people enter the labor market, yeah, and more so in threat regions. So it really seems to be the case that it is not just an interaction thing where I need the cooperation of locals, but really the effort sort of dips after people enter the labor market. And another evidence that points into the same direction is that people that are living in threat regions, but some of them are assigned to refugee shelters and others aren't, we see that those who are in refugee shelters exhibit more effort, while you would assume that refugee shelters don't offer a lot of interaction possibilities with locals. And we show that at similar levels of cultural similarity, by exploiting the panel dimension of our data sets in threat regions, you're just less likely to be employed. We use an alternative measure of assimilation pressure, which is internally homogeneous and culturally distinct areas. And we find, which is basically only driven by the cultural dimension and not by the threat dimension, and we see that there's more assimilation effort in internally homogeneous and culturally distinct areas. And networks have, as we've seen in our conceptual predictions, a negative impact on effort and ambiguous effect on success. So overall, we find evidence that is consistent with the threat hypothesis, increasing assimilation effort, but decreasing assimilation success. And sort of in this paper, we try to shift the focus and say assimilation is really a combination of input and factors by refugees and cooperative behavior by locals. And that is a dimension that we might want to take into focus more. And beyond that, a lot of papers on the cultural and social integration of refugees uses survey data to assess the successful integration of immigrants, and we have to ask ourselves whether these are the appropriate tools, if they can really be a result of pressure or threat, or are just signaling. That's it from my side. Thank you. Looking forward to Sandra's comments.
Thank you very much, Sulin, and thanks for keeping within the time. So Sandra, 7-8 minutes, and then a couple of minutes for question, discussion, and reflections on your comments. So the floor is yours, and thanks for accepting our.
My very big pleasure. So can you see my screen and hear me well?
We can hear you, screen not yet, so you try.
Not yet. Let's see.
Maybe, Sulin, you need to stop sharing your screen, and then you probably, all right, that's good. I think, yeah, excellent.
Is that better? Okay, awesome.
Yes, that's good.
Okay, so thank you very much, Sulin, for a wonderful presentation. I really enjoyed reading the paper, and so thanks also to Philippe and Marco for this amazing opportunity and for the invitation to be here. I have enjoyed the workshop tremendously. Although I have been kind of in the bed sometimes when I was watching some of the talks, because it was 4 a.m. or 5 a.m. here in California. Let me stop sharing for a second and share again so that you can see the whole screens. Okay, so this was a fascinating paper to review. The three things that I perhaps like the most was this novel idea of trying to see what is the role that threat or attitudes of natives could have on the assimilation of refugees. The second thing that I thought was pretty novel about this paper was this kind of new measure of cultural assimilation that is not only taking into account, for example, names, but more precise measures of preferences and attitudes of individuals. And the last thing that I thought was really, really good, among many others, but these are the three that I like the most, was this idea that we're trying to exploit quasi-random assignment of refugees and trying to just use this intent to treatment in which we're using the assignment of refugees to each of these different regions, which allows us to correct for sorting on the side of refugees. I thought it was pretty interesting and novel about the paper. I think that one of the things that kind of struck me was that I think this paper has a big potential of being more appealing to a more general audience, in the sense that for sure this is very interesting to many of us who work in migration, but how it is framed is as we're trying to see the impact that local threat has on refugee assimilation. But maybe, Sulin, if you could try to frame it as saying we're trying to see how in-group attitudes, how that is really affecting minority or out-group economic or cultural assimilation. And then you can say, well, we're going to try to focus on the case of natives and refugees in Germany. So I think that could appeal to a more general audience, saying like political economy, or even psychology, behavioral economics, and trying to see how the attitudes of the out-group impact the results or the economic outcomes of the minorities. And then kind of focus on a specific case as a case study, and not only kind of pointing out that this is the whole paper. So that was the first thing that I wanted to say. The second overarching idea that I had when I was reading the paper was that there is a very ample literature in psychology and in showing that there is a very strong relationship between cultural distance and prejudice. But it's on the inverse relationship that you guys are studying. So wherever there is higher, this is probably the seminal work on this type of topics was the work by Gordon Allport in 1964. There is a very famous book called The Nature of Prejudice. But there is quite a bit of people that followed after that. Basically what he says, one of the many things that he says in his books is that whenever you have larger cultural difference among groups, that sparks more prejudice from the larger group to the minority. And so it almost seems as if you had a natural experiment on a variation on cultural distance that was imposed by authorities, and you could measure how the natives responded to that distance. But you're actually measuring the opposite. You're measuring how prejudice is impacting, or threats in that case, a form of explicitly showing prejudice affects cultural difference. And so I think this is something worth thinking about, not to say that what you're doing is wrong, but maybe you can enrich your analysis by actually trying to see how the measure of cultural difference is truly affecting prejudice in the form of threats of responses of natives, and then how that kind of, those dynamics map out. There's like a circle. So more cultural difference, more prejudice, and kind of threats, and then how those threats actually kind of respond or affect then cultural distance again, or assimilation, what you called cultural assimilation. So the third main suggestion, so I'm going to be brief so that there's space for questions, but is that it could be neat to try to present your results graphically. So you do this in figure 5 for your cultural assimilation index, in trying to see what if you show two figures, one in which you show how does the cultural assimilation kind of evolves over time when there is a high threat, and then on the other side, how does it evolve when there is a low threat environment? And then kind of show your hypothesis that when there is a high threat, there is more effort but lower economic assimilation, and vice versa. And one thing that I would suggest, which I thought was a little bit strange, was that your measure of economic assimilation is on the extensive margin. You're trying to see, okay, is a refugee economically assimilated when they have a job, and what is their wages? Are their wages increasing in time? But truly, assimilation would be relative to the natives, right? So it's more of an extensive measure. So do they have a job? But then the quality of the job, and how does that wage relate to the wage of the natives is what I would probably call more of an assimilation. So I would suggest kind of do the same that you do for the cultural index, just creating this absolute value difference of the wages, for example. And for example, if you could do 2 dimensions, say index of wages and employment quality, some measure of quality, if you have any information. Of course, if you don't, then. So that could be really neat, because then that would summarize your paper and be more impactful. And then these are just 2 minor comments, and with that I will finish. The first one is, so you, across the paper, you use kind of 2 different things. So you use effort and success to kind of motivate the model. But then initially in the introduction, you're talking about cultural and economic assimilation. In my view, that seems less polemic, like saying cultural and economic assimilation rather than effort and success, because then you have to try to convince the reader that effort is really effort and it's only one-sided and not two-sided. And there is a lot of people who think cultural assimilation is still two-sided. Like you can be responding to the attitudes again of people that are in your community. So that's a little bit more polemic. And on the second, I know I already said that. You should try to think or consider, if possible, if you have data, of a measurement of economic assimilation that is kind of relative to the natives. Not just the extensive margin of having a job, but trying to measure the difference between, for example, wages of natives and refugees. And with that, I will finish. I love the paper. Congratulations.
Sandra, thanks so much. We do have time for 1 or 2 questions. I want to ask something if nobody else wants to ask. And then maybe if Sulin wants to take a minute or 2 to just briefly reflect. So let me see if there's any question. All right, if there's no question, I'll use the chair privilege to ask one. So it builds with what Sandra was close.
He has a question.
Sorry. Okay.
Oh, I can wait for
Vicky.
Kostas.
No, Vicky, go.
Kostas, I take them in any order.
Okay, cool. You don't have to answer. You can take them all and then think about it. So I really liked this paper, and actually I was just talking with Marco yesterday about it. So one thing that seems to come out, and like the way you model it theoretically as well, is that the higher threat, the more effort, and this is kind of a linear relationship. But I think one thing that might be worth thinking about is that this is really dependent on how you model the benefits from becoming, jumping over the threshold. And so if there's a very discrete jump there whereby you make it in and then this just really changes your life because you can fit into society, it's not so obvious that the results are necessarily, the natives raise the threshold and then the refugees always try to reach the new threshold. It could really be that it's very dependent on the costs that different refugees have for putting in that effort. And if you see that, you can't get in, it's just very likely that you're going to give up. And so there might be, heterogeneous effects there and like nonlinear effects that would be interesting to think about.
Moritz?
Thank you for a really interesting presentation and a great paper. I was really surprised to see that there is that threat is not a push factor in your analysis. And I was wondering if you could briefly say something about if there's any heterogeneity across Germany. I would expect there is, in terms of like Eastern Germany, probably that threat there is a push factor. And then also, like, have you looked at differential attrition? To what extent actually me being like in a very threatening environment increases my likelihood to not participate either actively in the survey or by actually leaving Germany?
Can I add on those 2 points? So on Morden's point, I want to add, behavioral economists have a very distinct way of defining subjective threat perception. And I would like also to ask you to try to pitch to that. I mean, I don't know how exactly you model threat perception, but I would like to see this more clearly defined and how varies vis-a-vis how behavioral economists would model threat perception. The other is, going back on Vicky's point, I would like to see more on the utility specifications. So you're having basically, you're identifying a movement on the curve and a level effect, right? So this is, and so this, I mean, I'm not asking for a structural model per se, but right, how do you identify those 2 distinct components, right? And there, I suppose what you identify then, the estimate you have depend very much, as Vicky says, on what is the utility function, what is the exact, functional forms you're having in mind there. So I would like to see a little bit more detail. So how you take that scheme there into to identifying in data, and then you have the low-high threat perception environment is again, right? What do you mean by low-high? Subjective perceptions there matter. So I would like some clarity there, but otherwise, yeah, I don't want to say anything more. So you want to take a minute to respond, or you want us to reflect on something?
Okay, I'll try to respond to everything in a minute. So thank you, Sandra, and to everyone for your great comments. I will definitely take the point of thinking about this this broadening perspective and also touching on the behavioral economic side, I will try to see in how far we can extend that. So a lot of things we're actually working on currently. So this is quite recent work. So what we're trying to do is, number one, stop anchoring locals' preferences at baseline and let them vary over time to see the two-sided convergence and sort of have this looping effect that you were mentioning as well. We're also currently working on a relative measure of economic assimilation. So that's exactly right. So right now, we're basically just controlling for sort of the employment structure in the location, but we can take this on the other side of the equation and make it a relative term. So that's definitely something that we want to do. And in terms of the non-linearities of this effect, we're thinking about this as indeed something where you will have, where the costs are so high and the returns are so low that people will backlash and not decide to invest anything in assimilation effort. Because when you trade off the utility from assimilating and the costs, and you know they ask for an exorbitant amount of language skills, and you have to be basically Kafka to work in Eastern Germany, then they won't invest at all. And we're actually trying to exploit heterogeneity in the visibility of being an outgroup. In terms of origin locations, in terms of wearing a headscarf and all of these things. So we're trying to get to individual level characteristics that really are also costly to take off, right? So we have indicative evidence that actually women wearing are more likely to take off their headscarves in threat environments, or are taking their headscarves off earlier in threat environments. And we haven't found much differences in terms of origins. I'll keep it at that. I know we're well beyond time, but thank you very much. And it's a great push for the paper, because we've just finished the first draft, and happy to include all of these great inputs. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot for the paper, and Sandra for the thoughtful comments. And so last but not least, we have the final talk of the day. So it is the presentation by Stefano, and it's about the targeted field experiment with job assistant in Jordan. And so Stefano, 20 minutes, and then Moritz will discuss. So the floor is yours.
Fantastic. Can you see my slides?
Yes, we can see the slides. The voice broke a bit, but keep going on.
Okay, let's see if I'm more lucky the second time. Let me know if there are problems. Good. So thank you very much to organizers to get this opportunity to present our work at this great workshop. This is going to be joint work with a number of co-authors, Grant, Gordon, and Soa Shami, who were working at the IRC at the time of this project, and Max, Simon, and Alex, who are at the University of Oxford. In this project, we're going to study experimentally the impacts of job search assistance for a sample of Syrian refugees in Jordan. It's going to be an experimental paper, somewhat different to the papers that have been presented earlier today. But despite the fact that the paper is different, I start with the same stat that everybody has started with today. So with the number of displaced people in the world. This is a big problem as well, and we all know that there are lots of displaced people, in particular in developing countries. Now, one fact that is very relevant for our project is that, especially in developing countries, refugees tend to face a number of barriers to access, legal barriers in particular, to their access to the labor market. So in many countries, it's actually not possible for refugees, and in other countries, there are big restrictions to their ability to doing so. Now, despite the existence of these restrictions, there has been a recent movement set of reforms implemented in several countries that have actually started removing these legal barriers, and then with the aim of actually improving refugee livelihoods. The setting that we're adding is Jordan, which is a particularly famous example of one such reform. It's called the Jordan Compact. But similar reforms have been, for example, in Ethiopia recently, or Colombia recently legalized Venezuelan immigrants, again, expanding labor market access. But whilst legal barriers to labor market access are being removed, we have very little evidence to know whether complementary to these reforms, we should be thinking about lifting economic barriers and whether there are some simple, effective policies that could be used to foster the integration of refugees in labor markets after the legal barriers are removed. And this is the question that we tackle in this project. Kostas, just to confirm, can you hear me? I see a few. So either everyone is very interested in the project,
No,
or the sound is a little bit, is breaking up a little bit.
The sound breaks a little bit. So maybe if you close your image, your video, it allows us to at least receive the sound better.
I'll do that. I'll do that. Sure, I'll do that. Sorry about that. It was working fine until. So how do I do that actually? I have to stop sharing first, then I stop the video. Okay, I'm back. Good. So this is the we're gonna feel. We're gonna look at whether it's possible with policy being removed. There are some good reasons why this may be the case. In particular, we may think that labor market frictions are particularly important for refugees. Refugees may have lost assets during displacement, and this may make them particularly liquidity constrained. We know job search is expensive, so they may not have the resources to try their luck in the labor market. They have little information about the new labor markets where they are currently looking for work, and so they may lack the ability to communicate their skills, to demonstrate their employability to employers. And also displacement is traumatic and may exacerbate some of the psychological barriers that exist to exerting job search effort. So what we're going to do is we're going to design 3 policies that try to tackle these 3 barriers that we think may prevent refugees from finding work. We're going to offer a small cash grant designed to relax liquidity constraints. We're going to offer an information intervention, giving people information how to educate their skills, how to demonstrate their employability to employers. And we're going to offer a third intervention, which we call a nudge or behavioral support intervention, designed to address some of the self-control problems, some of the motivation problems that may prevent individuals from searching the labor market with lots of effort and lots of motivation. As I said, we're going to do this in Jordan with a sample that includes both Syrian refugees and vulnerable Jordanians, with the National Rescue Committee.
So now we've lost you completely, and I think he's in there.
Innovation that in 20 minutes I'm going to have little time to discuss, but it's there in the paper and we can talk about that in the Q&A, which is we're going to depart from the standard way of running RCT, which is you basically decide a fixed proportion, to assign a fixed proportion of the sample to each one of the treatment that you're interested in studying. And instead, we're going to move to an adaptive treatment assignment algorithm that is discussed in detail in the paper, where the key intuition is that what this algorithm does is it's going to try to balance the objective of getting a precise estimate of the effect of each treatment. This is the objective that you can, that you pursue optimally if you run a standard RCT. And it's going to balance this objective with a second objective, which we think is equally important, which is the objective of maximizing the welfare of the people that take part in the study. So this algorithm is going to use information about the success rates of the different interventions among the early cohorts of the people who participate in the study to optimize the share of the sample that is assigned to each treatment for the later cohorts that take part in the study. Okay, and I'm going to have more to say about that towards the end of the presentation. So what are our key findings? Our first finding, we document that after 6 weeks, so 6 weeks after offering this intervention, there are very small impacts on employment. But when we look at later follow-ups, 2 and 4 months after offering the intervention, we actually find large impacts, in particular of the cash grant, on both refugee employment and refugee earnings. Present additional pieces of evidence really highlighting the fact that liquidity constraints are binding for this population, lessons that emerge from this set of findings. Liquidity constraints are preventing refugees from searching optimally, with the key caveat that we only have data about outcomes within a short time frame after giving the intervention. We had a later follow-up schedule, which was canceled due to COVID. And of course, things changed in a dramatic way after that. The impacts of the other 2 interventions, the information and psychological interventions, are more short-lived. We see them at the 2-month mark, but not at the 4-month mark. And we do not find any impacts of those interventions for Jordanians. So we see these results in making 2 key contributions to the literature. This is probably the first experimental evidence on the labor market constraints faced by refugees in a developing country. There are lots of projects now in the field that try to provide evidence in this space, and we're providing some of the first evidence, really showing policymakers what you need to do after you lift these legal restrictions in order to make sure that you foster labor market. Secondly, we make a methodological contribution. This time, this adaptive treatment assignment algorithm that we think is particularly appropriate to a setting like this, where you're working with a highly vulnerable population. So let me tell you a little bit about the context. As I said, we'll be working in Jordan just after the Syria refugee crisis, which has been really one of the worst humanitarian crises of the last decade. At the time of the crisis, about 20% of the world displaced population was coming from this particular crisis, with 11 million people in need of humanitarian assistance and 5 million people that were registered refugees. The bulk of these refugees was actually hosted in 3 neighboring countries, Turkey, Lebanon, and Jordan. Jordan alone was hosting about 700,000 refugees, and they all came between 2013 and 2014 in a fairly quick wave. Contrary to perception, about 80% of this population actually lives in cities outside camps. I know there's been some discussion about the relative merits of integrated in cities or in camps to be looking only at refugees that have settled in cities. Just before we started our study, poverty rates were extremely high. In particular, 90% of this population was below the local poverty line. Now, the other interesting feature in our context is this big policy reform that happened in 2016 called the Jordan Compact, which lifted the barriers to labor market participation, the legal barriers that existed up to that time. So it was a complicated deal brokered by the European Union and the United Kingdom that included some extra aid, some preferential trade conditions, and so on and so forth. And but the key ingredient was that Jordan created a system of work permits for blue-collar occupations the refugees could apply for. So overnight, refugees went from a situation where they could get work to a situation where they couldn't get work, to a situation where they could get blue-collar work if they found an employer. In this context, we then try to estimate the impacts of these 3 interventions. As I said, we have a first intervention that tries to relax liquidity constraints. This is going to be a small injection of cash of a value of about 65 Jordanian dinars, so $90 at the time of writing, constitutes, or think about the magnitude, is that magnitude would allow your average job seeker 9 weeks. One insight that comes from a lot of the experimental literature on job search is that job search for people living on low incomes is actually surprisingly extensive. This has been documented in several contexts. And so we thought, well, this may be a big barrier for the refugees in our context as well. The second intervention is what we call an information intervention. Here, we're going to provide refugees with information on the formal job search and application process in Jordan. The Syrian refugees in our sample were mostly coming from southern Syria, which has a fairly rural agricultural economy, and many of them had very little exposure to the formal labor market. Then they found themselves in cities where employers use different standards to hire, different processes, and so on and so forth. So we provided information about the formal job search and application process in Jordan. And also we trained them on how to present their skills to employers. Again, previous research shows that this is a key constraint for inexperienced job seekers in many labor markets, especially when their experience is a little bit patchy, gained through informal labor market experience and so on and so forth. And so it's not so easy to translate in a CV or a reference letter. And this information was delivered to respondents by trained officer with the aid of flyers and 2 short videos. Finally, the third intervention was a psychological intervention that was designed to tackle motivation barriers that may prevent job seekers from optimally investing in job search. There is a strand of the job search literature that really emphasizes the role of present bias and self-control challenges in determining how hard people end up searching for employment. Job search, as we all know from personal experience, can be a fairly frustrating experience where you have to put a lot of effort in the present for some uncertain future benefits. So all of these time preferences, problems related to present bias and hyperbolic discounting may actually prevent you from exerting the optimal amount of search. One way of getting around these challenges, one way to help people motivate themselves, is to give them tools to set themselves goals. And again, there is some previous evidence that goal-setting interventions, there is a paper recently published in the American Journal of Economics based on an experiment in South Africa, showing that a goal-setting tool can help people apply a larger amount of effort in job search. So we adapted their tool and topped it up with the SMS reminders, again, reminding people of the goals that they set themselves for how hard they were going to search. To be more concrete, people in this tool was basically a job search calendar where people would write down the number of job applications that they were planning to make in a particular week, and also the number of hours that they plan to be spending searching for employment. Then at the end of the week, they could record the performance against the targets. So it would become very obvious whether they've been missing the targets or not.
5 more minutes, right?
Intervention.
5 more minutes.
Fantastic. We offer this intervention. Yeah. We offer this intervention to a sample of individuals that were 18 to 45 years of age. They were sampled through IRC standard sampling procedures. So with 5 more minutes, I'm gonna skip completely the algorithm and jump into the results. So what do we find? Our first finding is that, and here I'm only gonna focus on results for refugees. Our first finding is that all interventions are successful as far as they activate job search among refugees. So we measure job search here with at the intensive margin, extensive margin, do you search for work or not? Or at the intensive margin, how many applications do you send? How many hours do you spend searching for employment? What I'm showing here in parentheses are p-values obtained with randomization inference. Because of the adaptive nature of our experiment, this is an appropriate way of performing inference, and these are the coefficients from a standard regression. So what you can see here, for example, is that in the control group, individuals place 1 application per month on average, and this goes up by half of a 0.5 of an application for people offered the cash intervention, 0.4 of an application for people offered the information intervention, and 0.6 for people who are offered the psychological nudge. All of these results are significant. This increased job search translates into better employment outcomes. So in particular, there is a 5% percentage point gain in employment associated with a cash intervention after 2 months, and also significant gains from the information and nudge intervention, which only persist for the cash intervention at the 4 months mark. So if we look at this 4 months result, we see that employment went from 5% control group to about 9% in the cash group. So that's a small effect in terms of percentage points, but of course in relative terms, this is a very large gain, which is also reflected in a very large relative gain in earnings. So you have almost a 60% gain in earnings, going from 9 units of local currency to 15, 16 units of local currency, which is significant. The effects of the other 2 interventions, on the other hand, proved more short-lived. You still see positive coefficients, but these are smaller and not significant anymore. So, motivated by these results, we did some additional analysis, really trying to zoom in these liquidity constraints that we think are behind the relative success of the cash intervention. And we found several pieces of evidence corroborating this hypothesis. In particular, one set of results that I find is that for the response to cash positively, the Syrians, we do find a strong control correlation between how much cash people have a baseline, the available liquidity baseline, which we proxy with how much people were spending a baseline, and how many job applications they were sending in the control group. So we see the correlation they would expect if cash is an important barrier. For Jordanians, on the other hand, who have seen, as I've said, don't really respond to cash, there is zero control correlation. Similarly, we have significant heterogeneity in treatment effects, again, on the basis of baseline liquidity, and additional impacts that are all consistent with this story, suggesting that this was a big constraint for this population. Now, I probably have a minute or two, Costas.
Yes, that is correct. Yeah. So it's better.
So let me.
Yeah. Like if you can wrap up, yeah. With conclusion.
Fantastic. So I'm going to conclude just by telling you a couple of things about the algorithm. The point of the algorithm was that it would assign people over time to the treatment that seemed best for them. Now, the way we designed the algorithm was that the algorithm was trying to maximize 6-week employment. This was because it was the first piece of information that we got about refugee employment. This was a short phone call designed to just track 6-week employment. But as I said before, at that point of time, we did not have significant impacts on employment. So the algorithm tried to change the proportions of people assigned to the different conditions in the first few weeks of the experiment, but eventually concluded that there was no treatment effect, and so it was optimal to do the standard RCT. Of course, we had strong treatment effects at the 4th month mark, so we can simulate what would have happened had we used this algorithm targeting 4-month employment as opposed to 6-week employment. And what we find is a major effect where basically the proportion of people assigned to the intervention that is best for them basically doubles over the course of the experiment. So to conclude, we present new experimental evidence on the impacts of job search assistance for Syrian refugees in Jordan. Our results really point to a very important role for liquidity constraints, preventing them to participate in the labor market after legal barriers to labor market access have been lifted by the Jordanian government. And we also showcase the new way of running randomized control trials when you really care about the welfare of the people that are taking part in the study. This adaptive methodology. Interventions had very different impacts, so there is scope for adaptive targeting, but you need to find good short-term proxies for welfare. We did not, because we picked a measure of welfare that did not change in response to the interventions. Had we picked a different one, this algorithm could have had a major impact. That's all I've got to say. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Stefano. And now 7 minutes for Moritz to keep us on time. So I trust always Moritz to deliver succinctly and on time. So, Moritz, the floor is yours.
All right, Kostas. I hope I managed this. So this is a great paper, Stefano. Congratulations. It's exciting because it, on the one hand, it gives us a clear answer to a very policy relevant question, but then also makes an interesting methodological contribution in how we can run field experiments, balancing two goals, science and charity, if you will. I structure my comments along sort of into two boxes. Like first I say something on sort of the substantive findings and what we learn about how to get Syrian refugees into work in Jordan. And then I say something about the methodological contributions that you're making in this paper. So the paper offers a very unambiguous answer to this question, surprisingly unambiguous relative to many other papers. And that says, okay, give them $100 in cash and that gets a lot of people into work. And the reason why that might be the case is that it seems from your results that refugees just lack liquidity to pay for the costs of childcare, bus tickets, and such. Motivation, information, including myth busting, seems to be less relevant, although they have been found to some degree being relevant in other contexts, but you show in yours that does not to be the case. I think what we have to keep in mind here is that context matters, of course, and so this is a bit of a special, but of course important context, in that we have few cultural barriers, a few language barriers. Those are settled refugees. Most of your refugees in the sample lived in the country already for more than 5 years. Typically, they are living in an urban context. Most of the recruitment, so the sample is to a large extent, as that's my understanding from the paper, snowball sample. They largely come from 3 urban contexts with very low baseline rates of employment and a large informal labor market. So these contexts should be kept in mind when we think about how this, to what extent this tells us something about other situations where refugees need to be brought into work. What's also important is that you find that that cash or any of the other treatments or interventions don't really seem to do much for the Jordanians, and I think that's very interesting as well, and shows that what works for the host society might not work for when the refugees come, and we need to understand these things better. There are a few questions left, or I had a few questions left when I read the paper. I would like to learn more about the sample. Given that it is to a large degree a snowball sample, it would be important to understand, is this the urban elite from Syria, Damascus, or is it the farmers from the borderlands bordering the Jordanian border? Did they have existing networks in Jordan? Are those late or early arrivals? Did they have multiple displacement episodes? It's also interesting to see that most of your sample are actually female refugees. So I would have liked to understand if this is also driving the effect, so that the effects are largely concentrated on the female subpopulation. And it also seems that much is driven by those that never worked, actually. So a little bit more on sort of like, you have a heterogeneity analysis, but it pools Jordanians and Syrians. And so I would like to have seen this like for the Syrian refugees, and also a little bit more on like what types of jobs do they actually get. It's my understanding that they get like better jobs. So at some point you say it's likely that they get actually formal jobs instead of informal employment. But I would like to understand, do they end up with like being a dishwasher, a taxi driver, or in a factory? And I think this tells us a little bit more about like also like how these interventions work. I want to say a little bit on the algorithm, or basically like how you assign people to treatment. In my view, and this is my reading of sort of this material, is that we try to balance two goals, optimal learning and optimal help. Optimal learning means that we want to maximize the precision of all causal estimates. And the optimal thing to do is to do full randomization. That is, the assignment probabilities for all K treatments are equal to 1 over K. Yet there is another goal, there should be another goal, and that is that we want to maximize participants' expected outcomes, given knowledge about previous participants' realized outcomes. So basically, we want to send people into a treatment where they also have the highest chance of realizing a good outcome. So selection or assignment probabilities should be a function of potential outcomes given the previous observations. And so in this paper, what you suggest is to balance these two goals. You say that basically Thompson sampling probabilities are used with 80% of the time, and then the 1/k probabilities 20% of the time. So science gets 20%, charity gets 80%. That's interesting. I would like to better understand how you ended up with these numbers, but I think it's an interesting approach. And of course, it's important to have or the basic motivation is we can't do Thompson sampling all the way down, because we end up in a situations where it converges to one treatment only, assigns everyone to a single treatment arm, and then there's nothing left for us to estimate. So this is an interesting idea, and I think is important for everyone that runs field experiments. But unfortunately, in your situation, it kind of fails, not failing in a sense that the algorithm didn't work, it works, but since there is just no detectable treatment effects after 6 weeks of employment, which is what Thompson targets, it doesn't make much of a difference in your case. And so an important lesson from this paper is that when we use this, we need to target, I think, intermediate outcomes. So outcomes that are quicker to realize and don't take too much time. So one idea that I had was, instead of using employment, is to use actual interview invitations or callbacks, or something that sits between formal employment and you sending out the application. Kostas, I hope I have a few more minutes. Then that can say something about the challenges that One. Okay. So one of the challenges I think that comes though with sort of Thompson and with the combination of having this in a snowball sampling is that we need to think about compositional effects and spillovers. So 30% of the sample is a snowball sample, which means that we might be concerned that the treatments are actually affecting my propensity to recruit other subjects. So if I receive a cash grant, I might be very grateful to you, and then I intensify my efforts to find other recruitments for you that you can then enroll in the next period. And I might also recruit a very different type of person into this trial. Should we be concerned about that? I would like to learn more about how you think about this and how these compositional effects could have some adverse consequences. The other problem I see is that there could be spillover effects. So given that this is peer recruitment, communication between subjects is likely, which means that I might tell the person that I recruited that I got the cash grant. But when the other person then gets the information treatment, or say the motivational treatment, that person might be very disappointed. And so if that's the case, maybe there's treatment effect heterogeneity, and that for some people that have this sort of like situation that the recruiter gets the better, like the treatment that is perceived as better, that there's sort of a disappointment, and I could see this to have some negative consequences. I'm stopping here. I send you the slides, and I apologize for going over time.
No problem. Moritz, thanks, Stefano. Moritz, thank you very much. Moritz, thanks for such an engaging discussion. We are 2 minutes over time, but we started 10 minutes late the session. So I really, if there is a question, I will allow one, or if Stefano wants to briefly, like a minute, like two, just like reflect on the comments, that was also fine. Otherwise, so Stefano, any question first? Any hand?
Kostas, I had a couple of questions if I could just jump in. Thank you so much, Stefano. It was great to see an update on this project. It's really interesting stuff. So I was wondering if this depends on the type of data that you have from your surveys, but do you know exactly what people spent the money on? So what was the binding constraint that this was lifting, and why would it work for Jordanians, but for refugees, but not for Jordanians who might be similarly liquidity constrained? So I was just wondering on that. The second point is, I didn't quite pick up on this peer recruitment that Moritz was mentioning. But I was thinking about, increasing returns to some of these interventions precisely through the referral process. So one of the challenges that I face in some of my projects of matching refugees to jobs is precisely the high screening costs on the demand side. So firms who just simply don't want to recruit refugees, but once they have a good experience with one refugee, then they're more likely to want to hire another one. So bringing down some of those screening costs. So I was wondering if that's something that is at play here, either in a good way or perhaps in a less good way for internal validity, as Moritz was mentioning. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Costas, can I take 1 minute to reply?
Sure, yeah. The floor is yours and then we close. So yeah.
Brilliant. So I'll just take 1 minute. Maurice, thanks a lot. Those were excellent comments. Thank you, Sandra. Also, that's very useful. A couple of points. So in terms of the sampling, Snowball is not quite accurate. I see what Maurice is referring to, but we had what we call passive and active sampling methods. Active, we went and recruited people, and this was done because we wanted to replicate exactly what IRC does when they typically run these programs. So we did not want to depart from standard sampling. Active sampling, they went into the communities and sampled people knocking at doors. Passive sampling, they advertised the program and let people refer others, and then people would apply in response. So it's a bit tricky to realize exactly what happened in the passive sampling, because eventually people applied. Some of them may have seen both an ad and be referred to by a current participant and so on and so forth. But certainly some referral did happen, as Maurice was saying, but it wasn't quite snowball sampling where we were literally asking people just bring a friend and so on. Now, we think that one of the key appeals of adaptive randomization is precisely that the expected value of participating in the experiment goes up, because now you know that the experiment is designed to offer the best treatment that has been chosen, so that it's best for you. So in a sense, I realize that some of the points that Moritz raised can create challenges for identification. We can have a discussion as to how they're taken care of. I could not go into a lot of the details of the algorithm. One key feature of the algorithm is that it is targeted. So to the extent that this is skewing the composition of the samples in ways that are captured by our targeting strategy, for example, that would not be a problem. Of course, if this skews the composition of the sample in ways that are unobserved to the econometrician, i.e. to us, that becomes a problem. But you both zoomed in on this point, and we think this is a really key point that we think people should keep in mind. Not only this has ethical implication for the researcher, great, we can make sure that we are benefiting people, but also this should encourage a wider participation of people. I'll take 1 extra second to say a key point, a characteristic of this sample is that it was fairly poor Syrians coming from southern Syria rather than the Damascus elite, going back to your initial point. And going back to Sandra's first question, we do have information on how they spend the cash. Both groups report to be spending a lot of the cash on transportation and job search. A second popular item is health expenses. Basically, if you look at baseline job search expenditure, is much higher among Jordanians than it is among Syrians. So, money is fungible. So Jordanians maybe were spending that cash on job search and simply cutting back on expenditure that they would have made otherwise anyways. And Syrians were adding up on their expenditure. So for Syrians, we see job search expenditure, hours, application, everything going up, and Jordanians were just substituting over the job search effort that they were already exerting. One thing about Jordanians is that there is one thing that motivates Jordanian, and that is the psychological intervention. So that works very well for Jordanians in terms of increasing job search, but that extra job search does not lead into extra jobs either. So for Jordanians, we can change their job search, but we cannot change their outcomes. That's probably where I need to stop. Thank you very much for your attention, and sorry if the connection was a little bit bumpy. I saw a couple of faces that made me think that it was. Apologies if it was. Thank you so much.
No, thanks a lot. Thanks everyone. It's the end of second day, so I think we are just about 10 minutes over, but that's fine. We have 2 more minutes to say goodbye. So thank you everyone for joining us those 2 days, and to our presenters and discussants. And we hope to see you in the 3rd edition. I don't know if Javad or Pierre-Louis want to say a word, like guys, just say something.
Thank you for joining us. Hopefully the 3rd edition will be in person sometime next year. So keep an eye on the follow-up. Thank you very much again to our presenters and discussants, and
exactly
for everyone who stayed with us.
Yeah, and to thank also the EBRD and for the support, right, and the Impact Fund at King's College London, who helped us. Well, it's not so costly to run it online, but still there is some cost and some administrative effort. And so thanks to the 2 institutions that are supporting us in that. So yeah, so have a nice evening, everyone, wherever you are, or afternoon or whatever. I hope to
just wanted to add, like, if the circumstances were different, we'd all be heading to the pub right now.
We're heading, Pierre-Louis, to the pub because we're neighbors.
And we all be exchanging our interesting ideas. So I hope we get to continue this conversation next time, maybe in London. Thanks, everyone.
Bye-bye. Have a great weekend. You are muted.
Thanks a lot for everything.
Yeah, sure. Hopefully the next one we will make it in person. And I can't join you guys because you guys are living very far away.